What's up, everybody? This is Edward back with another video, another episode of Everybody Hates Black Men. I am your host, Edward Anderson. I should have probably put April Mason's name in there, to be honest with you. Let me see. In fact, I'm going to do that. Add that in here. Anyway, what's up, everybody? Another video, another stream. Working on some stuff in front of the computer. I was listening to Pink Book Lessons and her breakdown. She did like a 20-minute breakdown of I can always take that down. But a 20-minute breakdown of pretty much what April Mason said. I'll probably share the link, put the link in the description. That's what I'll probably start doing. I'll probably start doing more, put the link in the description and sharing the link so motherfuckers don't get so triggered. But anyway, I'm kind of off of that. Some of the stuff that's been on. Shout out to Blackfoot for the $5. Much appreciated. $5 super sticker. You said video quality is a bit low. Video quality of what? Because I'm just on here on StreamYard. But, audio is what counts on this thing anyway for me. So let me just jump into it because I really don't want to make this video really long. I want to pretty much, y'all can watch the video. I'll put the link in the description. But in it, if you all heard what April Mace had to say on the lead attorney directly, it was a comment. And it said 11, like 14 on Pink Book's video, but she made a comment saying a man is not a man is a byproduct. A man is not kind of like the validation. And I put Jason Black's name in there is because Jason Black a while ago, he did a video that it was on the business, and one of the ones he was talking about, I forget what it is, but he was talking about status and how a woman can only get really status, like true status can only be bestowed to a woman from basically, we're gonna use Jason's terminology, a producer, a producer, right? And basically, it's a producer with status. And this is generally the rule. We're really not even going to talk about the exceptions because most of the exceptions have to do with entertainment, and that shit really doesn't count. We're talking about because that's not really. It's only so many entertainers, right? So we're going to talk about like as far as business and stuff like that. That is generally true. Entertainment is like one of the few exceptions to that rule, right? So we're going to take that out of it. And so when it really jumped out at me when April said that a man is a byproduct. Now here's the thing. The reason why I want to talk about this is because, in fact, it's not fair that if I don't really let y'all hear it as it was said. I want y'all to hear it. So at least y'all can understand I'm not just, so I can say it right. I want y'all to hear it. So let some of y'all come in here. We're gonna do this one real quick, yeah.
For you first, the man is the byproduct.
Let me slow it down. All right, let's go.
That's what they came in for. So one of my best friend told me, he said, April, you're gonna have to disconnect or divorce yourself from their results. But I'm like, nah, man, because this worked. It worked for me. It worked, because I'm all excited. I'm like, yes, yes, yes. Girl, if you get yourself right, you do this, become the feminine woman for you first. The man is the byproduct. The man is not the reason why you're here. He is the byproduct. If you do these things, you're not in a hurry to get married. Yeah. And so people would always ask me, how do you do what you do when you're not married? I said, because I am a walking example of what I teach. See, people think that the man is the validator. Although I love you guys. I love a man, just the way y'all walk and how y'all smell and just all of that, right? Mm-hmm. But you're the byproduct.
Lord.
See.
No. And here's the thing. The reason why I wanted to talk about this is this is important. This is a hair trigger, but this is a very important line. It seems small, but it's not. It's not. And if you listen to, well, the thing about the lead attorney, you, the thing about the lead attorney is if you got to have awareness. Just because you can't even really pay a lot of it, you got to be aware. That's all I'll say with that. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but the lead attorney is like, you got to be aware. That's all I'm gonna say. If you somebody that you're not really aware of like the conversation and like the kind of couple of layers of what's going on, you tell on yourself. But and the lead attorney is a lawyer and a good one, and you need to respect that. Because lawyer, when it comes to litigation, when it comes to talking to people, stuff like that, he's trained and good at what he does. 20 years. But anyway, that's a small thing, but that's very important. No, that's not. That is not true. Now, here's the thing. What she's doing with that may be true with men, as far as a woman is a byproduct of your success and stuff. That's not true for women. Now, here's the thing. It seems small because the reality is you can walk through the logic of, if I do this, I will get this. Meaning a man is the effect of your causation of the work that you put in. Here's the problem. You putting in the work does not guarantee you a man, a producer. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. We don't even need to go through statistics of how many dudes of all races, let alone if you want a black man, let alone if we start cutting down like 6 foot and all the stuff that women want, right? So when you start to cut it down to what you actually want, which is some of the stuff April has said, a nigga that makes money with a big dick that's 6 foot, that's like that's sexual currency, economic currency, genetic currency. No, this is what with Pink Book. And so I'm doing this video on this point. I don't even want, this isn't a play-by-play. I'm doing this video on this one point because I want to stay on this because it's important. So when you've heard what she say these women want, and then you've looked at like the dudes that are out here, think if you make the kind of money they're talking about, they want money that takes you, even if it's equal or takes you like life-changing money. Like if you talk about 6 figures in Atlanta or something like that, you already in like the top 10, you already in the top 10% off of that. Height, probably same thing. Sexual currency, same thing. When you hit a trifecta like that, that is that. I mean, I'm not gonna say as masters of the universe, but that's probably what normal people would consider that. And so at that point, no, you're not guaranteed that no matter how good you look. You may be able to have sex with dudes like that, but you're not guaranteed to actually hold a dude like that. This is why a lot of these guys, a lot of, not necessarily in the real world, although it happens, but this is why a lot of black women are doing a lot of man sharing. Real talk. Because the number math doesn't lie. The math is the math. It just is what it is. So when she says, and this is the bullshit right here. And this is what a lot of y'all, this is what a lot of y'all got to be able to see past. And people can say what they want to about me. As far as, when you promoted April and all that. First of all, April's better than a lot of these other chicks, but at the same time, I still pay attention to what people say. And when people say something I don't agree with, I call it out. That's no matter who that is. And I've always been consistent on that. I don't sit there and validate shit that people say just because I like them, whether I like them or not. That I've always been that way. So this is a very important point because she's somebody that's supposed to be teaching women femininity. And so you're really saying that a man is the effect of your causation. And the problem is not really. Because you're not guaranteed a man no matter. I mean, look at Nicole Murphy. Nicole Murphy is, even at her age right now, is better than a lot of women. She's still out here. You can get sexual access because you control that. But when it comes to, somebody leaning on you, no, that's not how that works. And the reason why that's very important is because, number one, this is why a lot of women don't got a sense of urgency until they already out the game. That's why a lot of women don't like Kevin Samuels saying that you in the danger zone really at 27. Because women don't like the fact that men tend to have more time. Men have more time because, again, men are the ones that have to give into the relationship. Women really don't. If a woman is in the position where she's producing in a relationship like that, she failed to pick right. And when I say pick right, what I'm saying is she accepted the advances of a dude that she really shouldn't have. And when April, and because that was covered in this video with Pink Book, and she was right. When April talks about, well, my mom was a feminine woman, but the dude didn't, my dad didn't know how to handle it. I don't want to hear that shit. Because the reality is she picked him. She didn't have to marry him. There's never been a situation where black women are forced to marry dudes. And if he's not producing economically, that doesn't fly. And then you say, basically, you got big, you did all this in the marriage. Now, I don't care about the Christianity and whatever you thought you were supposed to do. At the end of the day, you still said yes. And that's your choice. So women are accountable to the people they choose. I don't get why y'all act like y'all are not. Like how you can say, well, he didn't do this. No, you can't show that you dudes don't just turn into ain't shit motherfuckers. You know, like that's don't usually happen. Dudes are generally pretty consistent. And this kind of tried and true story that everybody has all the time, the dudes just switched up. That's really cold for, even Love Dorsey talked about that. That's cold for, you have visions of where shit would go. And when the shit didn't become what you thought it should become, then we want to talk about dudes switching up. No, women switch the fuck up. Dudes don't really switch the fuck up like that. But the issue, but going back to that byproduct shit, no. No, I like logically I understand what she's talking about, but see the reason why I logically understand what she's talking about, because that applies to men. That doesn't apply to women like that. Because it ain't just because generally, yes, you have an easier time getting married to a guy if you're in position? Of course you can. But when you start talking about the type of dudes that these women want, that's not what that is. Look at who Rebecca Lynn Pope ended up getting married. She said when she was in her prime, she would have never believed she would have ended up with a dude like she got married to. That's what she said on YouTube. And I think she might not. I don't think she said it with him around, but that's what she said on YouTube. So the reality of the situation, and then look, I'm not jumping on April, but April seems to have a whole bunch of guy friends. And look, she's 46. I'm not going to put her, she's been married. She got kids that are productive. She's in a situation where she's in control of her own life. I'm not about to sit here and start talking shit. I'm not, because she's 46. If she probably could get a young dude if she wanted it, so that is what that is. But as somebody, and I'm not saying she probably hasn't helped people get outcomes, but the reality of the situation is she's still, and another reason why I wanted to do this video is she did the same thing Nicole did. She said she baits these guys. I'll let it play so you can hear more of it, because I know y'all want to hear more of it. I'm gonna replay what she said though, because I want to understand that's important. And also another thing I want to point out too is for any of my detractors that will sit there and say that, oh man, well you were supporting April Mesa, blah, blah, blah. Number one of the reasons why one of the things that's important is the gender war does not favor men. That's a fact. The reality is in this feminized environment, the gender war will be seen as men hating women. Point blank, period. And that's one of the reasons why channels get fucked over. That does not mean that we need to bring women into the space or anything like that. But one effective tool is if women are already saying similar things that counteract a lot of the visceral hatred a lot of females are having and trying to put out, like talk about where we're activating violence against women and shit like that. I mean, covering that is not a big deal. Also, April already had a following on Facebook. April already had a following on her on YouTube. These people are not just coming here and just getting followings like that. Black YouTube is bigger than quote unquote this space. The content that we cover, that niche, is bigger than our space. So people got to get out of that. But anyway.
First, the man is the byproduct. The man is not the reason why you're here. He is the byproduct. If you do these things, you're not in a hurry to get married. Yeah. And so people would always ask me, how do you?
Which is It's not about a woman being in a hurry, because you don't want to be in a hurry, but women need to have a sense of urgency. And the problem is a lot of April Mason's clients are north of 35. That's the problem. The problem is April Mason, the people that April Mason is a lot of her audience are women that they put their careers over their relationships, and then now they trying to catch up and they trying to speed that shit up. Yeah, what's up, Sexy Red? They're trying to speed that shit up. And when they get to Kevin, and I can understand her saying it, like, yeah, April Mason is not the female Kevin Samuels. She has been doing this stuff for a while. Now, Kevin hasn't been doing it for a while, too. It just hasn't been on YouTube. But I can understand that. People need to stop saying that. Like, I don't know why people say that dumb shit, like, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's very important. They like a lot. That's the problem with a lot of women today. They don't have a, and I'm gonna keep it real. A lot of dudes don't have a sense of urgency either. Dudes may have more time, but there is such a thing as a financial wall. Like even Kevin said, you don't want to be 35 and then you trying to just get started. Now you can, but I mean, time flies. So but women damn sure ain't got time, because they got biology. They got a lot of stuff going up against them. They really do. So when we have this thing about you're in a hurry, well, you're in a hurry in the first place because you tricked off a hell of a lot of time. Whole phases, stupid shit like that. Thank you for showing up to work today. Appreciate that $10 super chat, Jason. Yeah, I mean, this is my second clock in. That's why I probably start calling it clock it in. But yeah.
You do what you do when you're not married. I said, because
and then there they go. They ask her, how can you do what you do and you not married? See, my thing is not so much marriage is not, I'm not sitting here and saying if you not married, you ain't got shit to say. That's generally not what I'm saying. Because the truth is, a lot of these women, they want to be married because they want a lifestyle. They want the validation of what marriage is. And that men have control over that, because like straight up, that's because we're the ones that ask. We're generally the ones that pay. So again, marriage is a validation marker for women. So, again, April's kind of talking out of both sides of her neck, but she knows how to sell it very well, because April has the look. April has the look of what, quote unquote, what most people would assume an African American woman looks like, this feminine. And that key word is assume in the Black community. She has that look. So because she has that look, people go along with what she says, because then you got to compare her. Because here's the thing, this is where April wins. You got to compare her against what? Even a lot of the other femininity, even a lot of the females on YouTube. Like before the average at best wave, if you compare April to all these other women out here, she's probably gonna come out, at least from an image standpoint, looking better as far as feminine and something relatable. And April is very good at leveraging that relatability. And if you don't really know what to look for, because you want that, my mama Black, so that Black gynocracy shit as a man, if you on that, like you don't really pay attention, because it's like it's a Black woman, so you're not giving a lot of benefit of the doubt. You don't really know how to see it, which is why I do what I do as far as the channel I do, because it's really for women like April and Danica, the ones that are harder to parse. And as you can see, I give people, I won't say she's a gynocrat. I won't go that far.
I am a walking example of what I teach.
See, you are in control of your situation. I'll give you that. That's more than a lot of these chicks, but that ain't,
people think that the man is the validator. Although I love you guys. I love a man, just the way y'all walk and how y'all smell.
This is that Nico Cherie shit.
And just all of that, right? Mm-hmm. But you're the byproduct. See, women would think or question me, she don't have a husband. because I wasn't supposed to have a husband while I was
And
going.
that's one thing y'all got to start doing too. See, the difference between a lot of y'all and me is y'all come to these things when y'all see somebody, and I know a lot of y'all don't do that shit in real life. Y'all come into it automatically on some I'm in the posture. Y'all like white cops stopping black folks. Pretty much the safety's already off. I don't do that. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I really don't. I don't come in there automatically, boom, 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 and I'm just waiting for you to give me the excuse to do it. I don't do that. Just saying.
Going through developing who April was. If
Mhm.
I would have remarried during that time, I would have been divorced again.
Let me go
And so
back though. Let me jump out because what that sounds deep. I've never heard anybody say
And
that.
let's keep it real. She's on the lead attorney because these women don't just show up nowhere. Like a lot of these folks are very calculated as to where they go and why.
When you say men are the byproduct, can you elaborate a little bit
And I do believe this is organic, but this is what I've told you about the lead attorney. The lead attorney could be on TV.
on that?
okay, sure. What I mean by men is the byproduct doesn't mean that we don't need you. What it means is when you become a dope woman for yourself first, the type of man that you want will easily come along.
Mm.
So the man is the byproduct of you becoming a dope woman.
The problem is that's like you saying a man is an accessory. All that means, all I hear when I hear that shit is I'm the center of my world and a man is a planet around my star. That's what I hear. And I got wax in my I have wax in my ears, but my ears are clean. Jason Black would absolutely disagree with what she's talking about. Absolutely. And although he would agree that a woman is ganged up would be in position, and I'm not trying to speak for Jason Black, but I've listened to him long enough to know the way she's like finagling it, it's not going to be telling these women what they really need to hear. It's really not. It's really not. Because the way they interpret that is through the lens of the same problem that they already have. This is like saying, I'm going to get it. I know she's not saying get a degree, where's my man? But the thing about it is, this is how women do the shit where they like, it's not, nah, man. You're going to have them fucked up.
You don't
Got
become a
you.
dope woman for the man. And so that's why a lot of men say, well, when I got with her, after I got her locked in, she changed. Yes, because she only was that for to get you. She did not become that. So in
And you saying that, I get that. You're saying that. But the truth is, somebody that has fully become what you talking about don't think of it that way. They don't. Because I know black women that, and here's the thing, I'm not saying black women can't have their own shit. But black women that have the right mindset, they have a mindset of what I call interdependence. They are a link in a chain. They don't think about it like solar systems and I'm a byproduct. That's not how they think. They think about it more like a chain, if anything. An important link in the chain, but still a chain. And they see the man as an anchor. Now compare a chain to an anchor. You get what I'm saying? And even
in my dating academy, I used teach me how to date as the bait. That was the sugar to get them in there. Women that
that internet marketer shit, teach me how to date as the bait.
actually did the
And the truth is, women don't need like a lot of the shit. See, here's the thing: a lot of it, women know the bullshit they do. Women are not dumb. I mean, they're not dumb. And you can talk to college educated women. All this free dinners, free dates, all this bullshit, knowingly going out with dudes that you ain't trying to deal with. Going through whole phases. All of this stuff has a cost. Now you can help somebody understand why you do what you do, but they understand what they do is they try to park that somewhere else as to, oh well, the cost is not that significant, or the cost is something that's minor or something that can easily be rectified. It's kind of like somebody talking about, I got an STD that can be cured. No, at the end of the day, once you, I'm sorry, some of y'all is going to be triggered by this. I get it. I'm not here to put nobody on blast, but I don't care what STD you got. Once you got STD, you got STD. There is no cure for that shit. I don't believe that. That's like saying once a car has been in a car accident, it's been in a car accident. I don't give a fuck how minor it is. I don't give a fuck how much of a fender bender it is. And I'm sorry, black people don't like that, but whatever. And y'all, people can say I'm square. People can say whatever. Oh, well, you probably say once you got a felony can be expunged. And it's rare that happens, but it can. But nah, when we talk about something like your body, there's certain things that just cannot be rewritten. And you can't really get time back. No matter what I do now, I'll never be able to kind of relive my 20s. And that's a fact. Like, it doesn't take a lot of these dudes like Steve Harvey where they get on late in life. At the end of the day, you're never going to be able to do it like Chris Brown did it when he was younger. There's costs. And that's why black people lean on Christianity so much, because they love the reset. Nah. Now, that's not to say you dwell on the past, but again, when you understand who her market is, her market are females that are 35 and up, a lot of them. If you north of 30, fuck 35. If you're north of 30 talking about teach me how to date, that's a problem. Because there's a lot of things, if you really trying to do the stuff right, that has to happen. It just is. And then when you look at how easy it is for women to just see men, like when it comes to getting a marriage, women, if a woman can just get somebody and then leave, men, that's a cost. So men got to be careful. But again, men have more time.
The work in my dating academy will tell you my whole life changed. My money changed. How I got that promotion on my job. So I just had to use the man as the bait to get them to know themselves better.
And that's what that's what that's what Nicole does. That's why they and people can talk about this. This is why they flock to Kevin. Because they see, and this is why April got tired of it. Because the truth is, the people that she's helping, she did it for a while. That shit took a toll, and she said it straight up. She did the matchmaking thing for a year, and it didn't work. She said that. Rebecca Lynn Pope lasted longer, and she had the video she had. It's because you know who you're dealing with. Obsidian, before all of that, talked about that Ebony Magazine article, and he said he met them in person. We know what it is. People just don't want to talk about it because there is no financial incentive to do it. That's the reality of the situation. There's too much cost involved with it. And there ain't no payoff. So why? Why do it? And that's why nobody does it. So they keep all this puff piece positivity shit. And I'm talking about on the male and female side. It's always got to be what I call plausible hope. Plausible possibility. Some people would say hopium. I heard that from Zero. Zero said he got something from him. And April's not the worst of the bunch by no means. But I'm using this to point it out because most dudes wouldn't catch this shit.
Because women aren't doing that for real. Yes, women are going to more conferences. Yes, women are picking up more,
that don't mean shit.
Books to read, but they're not doing the hard work to transform. It's difficult to go through the emotional pain that comes with change. I had to realize I wasn't as dope as I thought I was. I'm like, oh, I'm fine.
Just like how on the man side it's difficult to deal with rejection, which is why a lot of the dating coaches stay away from that shit. And which is what happened in the dating coach market. So this is not check their cat facts. That's funny. Daryl says, giving black women all this damn attention is weakening the race. What are you talking about? I'm reviewing a video, man. That's all I'm doing. I'm not giving nobody attention. I'm using this as a teaching tool. Like, what are you talking about, man? To me, that's babble. Giving women all this attention is weak. Like a mediocre just did a video highlighting Chantel Simone and some of the stuff she said. Like, again, y'all got to get out of this competing with. Shout out to Red Supreme. Because, Red Supreme is a street dude. So maybe y'all need to hear it from him. He said it straight up. Like, y'all need to listen to that video I shared. Like, straight up. Shout out to Nobody with the $10 cash app. I appreciate it. Like, y'all are y'all really competing for females for attention? I'm curious. Cause you know that you shouldn't be competing with a woman for attention. And maybe it's my personality because I'm always a background dude. I believe in real power, not that attention shit. But what are you talking about? I mean, literally, the lead attorney was doing a video on April Mason. April Mason decided to come up, and he said he wanted to pull her up. That validates the lead attorney's platform in the eyes of his audience. I don't know why. Like, y'all got to get out of this kind of basic bullshit. Like, some of y'all are really competing with women straight up, and y'all need to check that shit because that ain't how that works.
But that was on the outside. Your end result will always tell you how dope or how dope you're not.
Mm-hmm. Let
So
me ask you, because when you said men are the byproduct, because the more dope a woman becomes, maybe the better the man that she can pull can be. Like, I resonate with that. I think I like that. But then when you kept going, you were talking about, women making money more on their job, women getting these promotions, and that's where a lot of men will be like, well,
let me explain that.
Okay.
I'll explain it to you. So this is what I mean.
And this is why, like, Kevin can't be the only person. And this is why, like, because see, they ain't gonna talk to Kevin because it's too much. It's too much. Motherfuckers get way too emotionally triggered over Kevin. It means too much. And you've seen how bitches reacted with Tasha K interviewed him, and now you see how women reacted with Kevin. Lead attorney is not gonna catch that same kind of heat, not necessarily. And so, yeah, that's why I'm glad there's more people popping up.
I teach living a feminine lifestyle. Living a feminine lifestyle means,
well, men compete with men. Men compete with men to keep score. That's different. But the reason why you don't compete, like, let me give you a perfect example. Competing with women on social media is dumb because women are social creatures. Black women are on social media more than any other group. It just is what it is. So as a result, they have more to pull from, and women can pull from women and men. I know women that actually focus on only women as far as like in internet marketing and stuff like that, but you deal with your initial avatar in order to have those people that really rock with you, and then you kind of everybody gravitates it because you have a certain amount of credibility that you can gravitate from that initial push, and so I know women that actually their stuff seems like it's only for women in the business, but dudes, they sign up for it, whatever, because this woman has demonstrated she's effective at getting what needs to be done. Now, that is like a particular, not necessarily a gender specific thing, because if it's business, if you're doing business for like internet marketing, even if you focus on women, that doesn't mean you can't deal with men, but this is who she speaks to in the marketing. That's what I'm saying. So if you get on YouTube and you start competing with women, there's certain things women can do. There's a different lane you have to take in order to be successful. There's different things you're going to have to do. You're going to have to understand the algorithm better. Y'all are not going to pop like alpha male strategies. It doesn't work that way usually. It just doesn't. I mean, it took O'Shea 4 years to get to where he is. Obsidian is just now growing. He would have grew earlier, I think, if he would have took a different tactic. If he would have took the tactic he took now, and he probably would be a lot bigger. But he didn't, and he adjusted. But if you do some shit like I'm going like it, let me put me into it. One of my friends, she was a good friend that I ended up, she ended up being my girlfriend for a time. But when we were friends, and this is when I say we were friends, we were like, it was like middle school that this happened. And then we ended up dating in high school for a little bit. And then we ended up still becoming friends. I fucked and I was good with that. A couple of times I fucked. So basically, but the point is, this was a lot younger. So we ain't talking about being in the friend zone as a fucking adult. But anyway, she wanted to do this thing one day. I don't know. She was the one to talk about who can get the most hollers, and I went along with it. But I got quite a few, but she beat me. But the thing about it is, she was actually one of the most attractive females like in school. Like she was like in the top 5. And really she was in the top 5. And for black people, she was like in the top 2. So, and I'm talking about a school that's got more white people than black people. So of course she was gonna beat me. Of course. Now, me, my rank on the socioeconomic ladder, I would say I was more like upper middle class. I knew everybody. I was cool with everybody, but I wasn't extroverted like that. But so imagine a dude, and I only entertain that shit and that to basically show her that I could get other females. But anyway, the point is, imagine a nigga talking about, man, I'm trying to get more bitches than she can get niggas. That's dumb. That's what some people do on YouTube. And I'm not trying to beat up on Daryl. I'm piggybacking off the point he made. It's fine that he made the point. But you got YouTubers that they're actually competing with females. Like, think about it. Kevin wasn't competing with women, and look at where Kevin's at now. You got dudes like Mediocre Tutorial. It's a lot of dudes out there. But if you're going to be in this relationship vertical, that is not a vertical you want to sit here and be competing with women on YouTube over like social media shit. It's just too much shit they can pull from. And I don't give a fuck if they're on camera or not. And take Jessica X off of it. Pink Book will show you that. They can pull from more audiences than you can. They just can. That's it. The end. It is what it is. You have to. It's like saying I'm gonna compete. It's like saying I'm gonna compete with a white dude that's in the red pill community in the greater manosphere. Chances are that's not gonna. I mean, it's not gonna work, and it just is what it is. That's it. Anyway, that's not to say you can't win, because you can win in different ways. But it is what it is, and that's not to say you need them.
Even when you go to work, your energy is more, you're dominant in the feminine, not necessarily the masculine all day. So although we have several family businesses and I'm the CEO of a couple of them, and then I have a 27-year-old daughter and my 25 and 23-year-old sons, they run the business with me as well. However, I intentionally only give 10 to 15% of my masculine energy to my business every day. Mm-hmm. That means I'm allowing myself a cap so that I can make sure that
I told you about that shit. Like, they run internet marketing stuff. And if y'all check out Adriana, now she is married. And that's the one thing I'll kind of, she is married. So, and they do a lot of credit shit, real estate shit, that sort of shit. Shout out to Yogi Fish for the $10. Bless you, brother. Good thoughts. Much appreciated.
I'm not throwing myself.
I may let y'all come up just so y'all can vent.
In the masculine energy as my dominant. There's nothing wrong with a woman being successful at all. It's how she.
No, they're not. They're not SYSBM.
Operates in the energy of her success.
A lot of women who come to my channel, they say, I don't like successful women, or I don't like educated women. And that's not the truth. It's not about a woman being educated or a woman being successful or having money. Just like April Mason just said there, it's not about a woman being successful. It's about how she operates within her energy of her success. It's her attitude. Ladies, the problem that the men have with you whenever you get your degrees or you get a certain job, you start thinking you're better than the man.
When we say compete, there's good competition and bad competition. Like on YouTube, if niggas act like they don't keep score on YouTube, they're fucking liars. And it's not something. Now the question is, does it jump off into hating shit? That's where it becomes that. But it's more of a thing like, I need to step my game up. What are people doing? Blah blah blah.
The energy that you choose to have once you get those accomplishments. It's not what you're supposed to do. That's feminist to me until she's able to get what she wants. No, he's looking for a woman that's like that for real, 24/7, or people who are not working for April. Yeah, she's in the room with high earning men, but she doesn't have a ring on her finger from a man of that value. And then Miss Mason, she continued with the feminist talking points. The man is not the reason you're here, or the man is the byproduct. The man is not the validator. When the truth is, the woman was placed on earth for the man. He's not an afterthought or a byproduct.
Right. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, she tells on herself. She tells on herself, but niggas will miss that shit because they like, man, I hit them titties. That's how it is.
So,
Do you think there's a risk in becoming successful? For example, let's just take a quick look at what you were saying, that you're starting to see a lot more. You know, you were saying, well, you know, however, the majority of women that come to you have unrealistic expectations. You were saying the selfishness, fake everything. They think they should be chosen because they have a vagina and for the good looks. The entitlement, you know, just me not knowing the difference between being a woman and a wise woman, not knowing how to be versus do, thinking that being a feminine woman is weak or a pick me, placing blame and not taking responsibility or accountability for the choices that they made in men. And do you think that this is also a byproduct of women becoming more dope? Now they're saying, hey, well, I can now have expectations that are higher, maybe to the extent that they're unrealistic. Maybe I don't want to take blame for anything because I'm so dope. Do you see this as a risk of being more dope?
It's only a risk when women use those things as their validator. See, I teach the complete opposite.
But that don't. But see, hold on. But see, that ain't got nothing to do with the man, though. That shit ain't supposed to be a validator. The man is supposed to be. That so she tried to switch that up. Now, if you said that at first, I'd be on board with that. But that's not what you said.
See, my success, like everybody was like, oh my God, I saw you at the Rick Ross Boss Up conference. You were like right in the front. How would it, you know?
But that shit don't mean shit because again, see, and that's you trying to see. April's trying to use social status to validate her. And from a business perspective, that is smart. I get that. From an internet marketing image perspective, I get that. And and that's what it is. These women want to be her, except with the dude that they want. And truth be told, these hoes don't want to be married. They know being married is the only way they're gonna get access to that cash for the most part. Like when you're dealing with women at 35 and up, the only way you get access to a dude's money like that is being married. Because let's keep it all the way 100. You getting 35 and up unless you like a 7, like you like an 8 or 9 for that level and up. You ain't getting tricked off on like you would be in your 20s and maybe early 30s. There's a reason why Sierra quickly jumped the broom. And Kim Kardashian did that when it's reason 30. They rushed that shit.
You pay 25 grand to get it into the room, right? Yeah, I did. I was one of like 5 women out.
Which don't mean shit because you got the money.
Of maybe 40, 50 men. My resources
because most women wouldn't, because the problem is most women don't want to do what men do. They want to be on some I want to act like a man when it comes to all of the positive shit, but then I want to be a woman on the positive shit. See, and this is April. See, I can see why April has a lot of guy friends because she can operate enough in logic that and knows and effective at what she does that. Yeah, I can see that because there's other value that she's giving there. That's why I could believe that motherfuckers would take her out on a date just to try to get a free coaching. Because she is a very effective internet marketer. And to be fair, there's a couple of internet marketers in a relationship niche. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, on the men's side. But anyway.
Got me in the room. The feminine woman kept me in the room. 2 different things. So a woman can be successful.
Man, please. I would want to see a demonstration in that. But the truth is, you being one of 4 women, chances are you were probably the best looking of the women. Like again, April knows how to talk to these guys. April would make that executive wife shit. April is like that's what April would probably be good at doing. But the thing is, why? What's the point of really her getting married other than validation? And she's already been married. Her kids are grown. I mean, it's kind of like, why does Donald Trump want to be president? He already has, like, other than ego.
And I advocate for women to be successful because a lot of our mothers, although they were more on the submissive side, we don't talk about the abuse they were dealing with at the hands of the men back then.
Oh, the fuck? No, you didn't fucking say that. Fuck you! 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 Fuck you!
Right? Because they didn't have any resources to say, you know what, I'm going to leave this abuse. I'm going to leave, whether it's emotional, mental, abuse. I'm not really being loved. I'm just being provided for, but at what cost? So
Oh damn, my bad. I wasn't saying a lot.
women out of
My point. Okay, let me reiterate what I was saying though. What I was saying was that let me rewind because that's important. That's important what I said. What I was saying
maybe
when we
40,
got
50 men, women can be successful, and I hands of the men back.
see when we got to this point. Okay, this is what I said. I said because I've been muted for a long time. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hold on one second. Okay, so I can hear me in this link, so I'm just gonna go. So like I said, O'Shea's dad had substance abuse problem. Cynthia G's dad had the same problem with the same drug, crack. He said it. Cynthia G is known. Now look, then you ain't never heard Cynthia fucking O'Shea go in on black women like that. You know what I'm saying? But you've heard, the anger and shit. But you've heard Cynthia G do it. And my point to saying that is, April, so your mom was feminine and submissive and she got taken advantage of. You weren't that because you said it yourself in this video. You went the other way. Somehow you wound up in a marriage that didn't work. Your daughter ended up having a kid out of wedlock. To be fair, she got her house when she was a single mother. She's married now. It is what it is. She got a house before she got with the dude. And they're good. So I'm not here to judge. But I'm talking about 3 generations. 3 generations. So it's a dude's fault every time. That's what I basically said. And that's the thing you got to watch. Because no matter what storefront they present, if you see in 3 generations, and even with, and what's it called, putting the color purple up, but for real, when you talk about mental and emotional abuse, the reality is that shit is relative to who the fuck you picking. Point blank, period. Like, I don't want to hear that shit because the truth, and that's one of the things that inspired me to do this video, because we all know as family members, when women are with dudes, you can't tell them jack shit about who the fuck they with, when they with them in the moment. You know this, we know it, it's known. So all of this mental and emotional abuse, nothing I was gonna say too. Nobody doles out. It has been statistically proven. Zoe Williams talks about this. Pretty much everybody agrees with this, that nobody doles out more. Like black women dole out more mental and emotional abuse. It's not even comparable. In fact, they will say in most domestic violence cases, the The mental and emotional abuse is what started, and it came from the woman, and the dude just couldn't handle it no more. This idea that Jews are just hauling off hitting bitches now, that shit, nah, that ain't been going on since before 2000. If before the 90s, but we'll say before 2000. Now it's nah, come on, man. And this is why violence against women is so high. Violence against women is so high amongst women because women don't have the same governors on slapping the bitch like dudes do. Which is why lesbian relationships are some of the most violent. So when you sit here and you say that and you start throwing in, and this is where, see, and it's like, let them talk. And that's one thing about the lead attorney. Even though Kevin won't do that, the lead attorney will let him talk. And guess what? This is what you get. Kevin's got a show to run. Lead attorney got time. So this is what you get. Oh, no, if she even play like she going to, I don't even give it a chance to go that high. Because y'all got to remember, I'm short. So motherfuckers are more likely to try me than try y'all. Yeah. You make it sound like every nigga is just mentally and emotionally abusing women. Let's talk about dudes like because one thing, I'm looking at a video with Poor Man Podcast. They had Kayla on there. I may do a play-by-play on that just cause. And then they were talking about the baby kicked the light-skinned bitch out and talking about oh, well, men defended that. Yeah, he had a right to kick her out. He probably didn't even want the kid. But the thing about it is, it's always this aura. Like a lot of y'all, don't even get me started. I'm not even gonna go. Let's just finish it.
Then, right? Because they didn't have any resources to say, you know what, I'm going to leave this abuse. I'm going to leave.
That's bullshit. Because you make it sound like men had all these resources. And see, this is why, and here's the truth. The truth is, until women, this is why history matters. Shout out to David Carroll. This is why the propaganda has to be combated. Because the truth is, y'all never going to really be submissive because y'all associate with submission with that. Let me tell you something. The fucking color purple is worse than a birth of a nation, the original one. That is honestly, the color purple. I'm going to keep it all at 100. It is my position, Edward Anderson, that the color purple should be banned. The color purple should not be allowed to be read. That's pretty much Satan's Bible, as far as I'm concerned. You might as well be telling me you've read Satan's Bible and you believe it. That shit should be banned. Because the truth is, the color purple is not the reality of what was going on. That shit should be banned. That in the movie should be banned. Straight up. Straight up. Straight. I've seen the color purple. My mom has the tape. Fucking purple on video. I got the VHS tape. I should burn it. Yeah.
It's emotional, mental, I'm not really being loved. I'm just being provided for.
And then the thing about it is she talk about I'm being provided for and I ain't being loved. Like motherfucker, like what do you think these other races of women are dealing with? Do you think Hispanic women are being loved? Do you think what do you think these other women are going through? Hey man, fuck out of here.
What cost? So there is that balance. It's not this or that. It's this and that. So a lot of times people want us to go back to our,
It did take place actually. It was why when black women talk about black women go by fiction more than they go by history. They really do. And it's reflective of how much they're on social media today.
Women back in the 40s and 50s. I don't want us to go back there in all ways because we were not treated equally as far as human beings.
That's a fucking lot. Oh man, that's a goddamn lot. Like, wow.
I don't think men and women are equal from the same. I think we are both equal human beings, but even God created us.
Bitch, shut up. You just set your shit. Like, if I wanted, like, are you serious? You just set your shit on fire. Like, April, you better never come out with a course for men. Like, straight up. You better never try that shit.
To where we are different, and our differences is what makes us drawn to one another.
And see, black women, this is why black men are tired.
That yin and yang. I know what the yin and yang bullshit is. Oh, you know, the lead attorney ain't having it. That's how you know. That's how you know. That's how you know. But in April, hey, she decided to talk to him. Roger, if you want to come up, come up. I'm curious what you think.
Tired of dealing with you. Whenever someone's asking you to simply be a feminine woman, you always got these color purple stories coming up. And that's one thing that the baby boomers and the Gen X.
And my answer to that is date white. That's my answer. My answer is date out. Fuck the bullshit then. What about black love? Well, color purple. You want to show me you care about black love? I want you to burn. I want you to get color purple banned. I'm not gonna do shit. Y'all need to get it banned. That's a start. That don't mean shit.
Women, they've done a really good job at brainwashing all the women along with the media to believe that every black man and having a relationship with a black man is going to get you a color purple Ike and Tina situation. And then every time, that's why she.
And the sad part about it is, I'm done with it, but the sad part about it is that's supposed to be one of the good ones. And so the thing about it is, all these women, Chantel, Melanie King, Pink Book. Obviously, Pink Book is doing a video and doing a breakdown. You got Grinch saying what he said about Kendra, which he's more familiar with her than I am. Shout out to Grinch, he's live right now. And again, I know what it is. That's her. She's reflecting her experience with her family. And that's proof positive you haven't really gotten over shit. Because the truth is, April is smart enough. You will never hear that shit come out of April's mouth when she's talking to men. You won't. Because the type of dudes that she's around ain't even trying to hear that shit. Because it's like, yo, we came up in the same family. Same type of households. Y'all can miss me with that bullshit. I mean, black women have never been as submissive as Latin women, as white women, or Asian women, because black men have never had that kind of power over them. What they're essentially talking about is fucking Jim Crow and their inability to regulate black men. That's what they're really talking about. And this is why a lot of these women don't do well with other races of men, because when all that honeymoon bullshit gets over with and they gotta basically capitulate, they don't know how to. Anyway, shout out to Roger with the $10 super chat. I saw them two talking earlier today. This was problematic at best. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep just Roger on here, because every time Roger gets on here, he ain't able to talk like he should. I ain't been on. All right, Azo, I'll let you on here, but Roger's gonna kind of take point on this. He said Pink Book doing my job for me. Hey man, yeah, good content is good content, yo. And but anyway, go ahead, Roger. What are your thoughts?
Well, just earlier today, I happened to see this, and I just went straight to the lead attorney's video, so I could hear her speak to him, and I could say it. It's problematic at best.
It's probably worse than how Pink Book did it, because she probably kept on sliding. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know what April was. I don't know what she was on. Like, I don't know if she was trying to help us or hurt us.
She was comfortable. That's what she was on.
Yeah, she definitely was in her narrative, and her whole thing was about like she was saying stuff that just didn't really make sense together. She was saying that she want black women to be successful and all that, which is cool. Why not? Why would you say you don't want black women to be successful? I get all that. But then when you start talking about she has to be the a woman first before the business, but still be the businesswoman and all that. Basically what I heard was her basically saying a woman needs to make sure she's good because the man gonna leave her anyway. That was her belief.
Yeah,
It
that's
didn't
that.
have
Yep,
any problem.
wrapped in that have it all bullshit. And the thing is, that's very attractive from an internet marketer standpoint. That is attractive. You can sell courses doing that shit, but the problem is, eventually, these women are gonna want to collect what the dream that you sold they ass.
Well, based on what I heard, I didn't hear it coming from a place where it was about a man and a woman working together. I heard a place of a woman gets with a man, but try to make sure she shows the man that she got her own, and so the man can know that she ain't in it just to be gold digging or just for the money, whatever the case is. But keep your own, because you basically gonna leave anyway. That's what what it sounds like to
Which
me.
is why she is where she is. That's and Kevin Samuels would call that Christian feminist bullshit.
Well, it didn't make no sense. I didn't hear. I didn't hear anything about a man and a woman joining together. I heard a woman getting in position where she can supposedly get the man she wants while having her own. So if she wants to leave, she in good position to do so. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong by making that assessment. And the thing about it is, this stuff is important because, again, like April Mason, Denise, these are the good ones. These are the good ones. And this just goes to show you why dudes are where they are. You know,
Uh,
and see, the problem is what you have is dudes that they'll say you shouldn't engage, you should do no, because we are here to talk about the greater community, and in a greater black male community they need to understand this, because they're gonna see the thing with April is they're gonna compare April against what's typical. And that's where, if you make that comparison, you're gonna. What did they say? If you drink, if it's only dirty water, you're gonna drink the dirty water. But if it's clean water, you're gonna drink the clean water every time. It's a choice. April is representative of the choice, but she's also representative in a matrix that the choice, the problem is choice, and its choice is false. And so, although there are certain things that she can say this cool, again, this is post that cousin shit, and you can kind of see that she never really got over that. She's still on that. I don't know if that shit traumatized her with the bullshit she's saying right now. Because trust me, I listened to April for a while, and before that shit, she would have never let that slip. I'm not saying she didn't believe it, but she would have never went on some random platform like that and then put that shit out there like that. Because it's too
Can
easy
I
to
give
clip it up.
perspective, Ed? Can I give perspective? When you get a chance, go to her interview she had with this guy by the name of KD Bo. He's a content creator, and on there I remember watching it recently, about maybe a couple weeks ago. She was talking about how her dating origin started out. Basically, she was molested by either, I think, one of her
Yes, I
stepfathers
know
or
her,
father.
or I know her origin story. Yes.
Yeah, so then she was saying she had the mindset of like she was gonna lull dudes into sleep, and then like just bang like a black widow, just like bite them, and then it's like, oh, I'm not feeling this no more. Basically, she used to seduce men and then sabotage a relationship to keep it 100. And but my thing is this: I'm I'm not. She is basically what you and sometimes MOT says. It's like they're trying to get these women to say, "Hey, you're being too aggressive and assertive in how you're trying to finesse these men. You need to deal with it a little bit more finesse and a little bit of a
Yeah.
feminine, gentle touch to it." And the women are like, "F that. Why I gotta do that?" So the irony is that you gotta respect a lot of the black women out here for keeping it 100 with you, instead of trying to trying to soothe you over. She's like basically saying, I can't make these women into docile, genteel
Basically,
sirens.
what you're saying is they're trying to teach black women to run game better. And I've said Danica
Yeah,
Marie does the same thing.
yeah.
Shout out to Reginald Bellamy. She said for $5 Cash App, saying for hoes stay winning. And then shout out to Michael Stroke the fourth for the $5 super chat, saying likes are free. They absolutely are. No, 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 Flip Cool. She's not the 2 to 20% chameleons. Um, Again, man. I mean, look. If y'all here's my thing. If y'all want to come to the conclusion that all black women are bad, then look. I'm not here to tell you not to date out in SYSBM. I'm the nigga that came up with intercultural dating. I don't give a fuck who you deal with.
Well,
That's not.
here's
That's that. Hold on. That I just want to make it clear. So when I choose to do this is what I choose to do. So I mean, I'm not here, but I'm not gonna have an argument of 100% of black women are bad. If y'all want to believe that, then go ahead and believe that. Me personally, I don't. I kind of like the thing about that is it's like if that's where people are gonna be, then why the fuck be in? Why not just be in a greater manosphere? In my opinion, honestly, because you know how much we deal with our experience with black women. So my point is, why even be in the why not be over there with Darius McTowell and the greater manosphere? Like I said, I fuck with Glendon still, and Glendon don't date black women. So I mean, y'all already know, and I took a lot of heat for still supporting him. So y'all already know I don't give a fuck.
Because like the crackhead Tyrone from Dave Chappelle, they need that hopium, man.
Well,
They need a lot of these dudes need. I mean, I'll go a lot. Sometimes I feel that way. Like, damn, it should. I feel like it's. I'm of the mindset like everything should be. We should be somewhat cordial with one another. Like, for example, Bill Gates was cordial with his wife. You never heard none of them do nothing crazy. They were very amicable. You know, I mean, he had his extra side girlfriend. It wasn't she never made it a deal where I'm gonna do an expose. I'm gonna go. You never saw her try
Well,
to
the
go on
truth
no.
is, Bill Gates was Bill Gates by the time she met him. So it's kind of a little bit different than like Juanita Jordan. But like white people are like the thing about it is Bill Gates is no, you're right, but Bill Gates is a business in and of itself. So it would have been like a lot of pressure outside of him for her not to for her to act right because she knew she would eventually get her payout. Um, Mr. Here's the thing: people say
Hit.
hold on, I want to get this out real quick with Flip Cool, and I'm gonna let you go.
Mm-hmm.
When you say I'm pump and dump mode, firstly, here's the thing: if you're in my opinion, if your position is that 100% every black woman is bad and there's no such thing as a decent black woman that you can deal with, I don't even believe you should have sex with black women. I'm just gonna say that right now because you having sex because all you niggas talk about like you having sex with black women puts you at risk of having a kid and then getting a financially transmitted disease. You shouldn't even be having
Yep.
like straight up. So if your position is I'm not saying that to force you out of that position, but like Glendon and y'all, I know how y'all feel about him. I don't give a fuck. Glendon says he is not culturally compatible with black women like that because he was raised to bear home. They weren't. You can feel what you want to feel about Glendon, but you know his reputation. He don't deal with black women like that. So the reality is he don't date them, and he's in Atlanta. The end. You know, he ain't fucking them and then throwing them away. Like I don't think that's smart because that's that hate fucking that Obsidian's talking about. Deal with Latinas, deal with whites, deal with whoever you like. So I don't
I
get
want
why you would still have sex with black women and like and that's like the main source of who you fucking, but you saying so you ain't because really you fucking that I don't give a fuck about you energy into a bitch, which it can cause craziness. I'm just saying
I think
no. Well, my thing. Well, no. If you saying 90%, you really saying 100. We not gonna do that because the 1% are married. Let's keep that 100. Ain't no 1% that's available for you to deal with in a relationship. They're all gone. Go ahead.
he's like that 10% includes my granny and my meemaw.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's how what it always is.
He's like, I don't think they all bad. My mama's nice. Nah, but oh, side note on so two things, two to three things. Side note with the thing with the pump and dump, I think God's is saying I'm gonna take a pragmatic approach to how I interact with these women, and I'm going to. That's I think sometimes, not to say Ramil thinks this way, but I think others when they say pump and dump, they're saying that's their way of saying I'm going to protect myself from having any emotional attachment with these women because I see how they act or how they operate in the mating landscape. I think that's what they're saying. Second thing with the thing what you said with Glendon is correct. The irony is that Glendon was married to a black woman, and I remember if I don't know if you still have the video up, but I remember that video he made of him when of himself when he got divorced, and his wife was horrible. I mean that she was like a she devil, and I don't blame
Oh,
from what he went.
I've heard the stories. Yeah,
Yeah, from what he went through, I can't even knock him.
the
Like,
Glendon Cameron timeline.
yeah, and then he said his he talks with his daughter, but his son doesn't talk with him. So there, there's a lot of parental alienation going on there. Just the woman was horrible on all
I
levels.
mean, Glennon could be a fucking lifetime episode because you gotta think he went through
Man,
that in his 20s. Then he was homeless. Then the shit what
yeah.
he was talking about with the business started like 31, 33. The Craigslist Chronicles was like 32 to 35 as far as what the infamous video was. And then fast forward to where we are today, and this is the timeline he has it. My point to even bringing him up is just to say, same thing. And I'm not here to tell you, like, there's a reason I do the 82 rule. There's a reason why I do 1 in 5. There's a reason why I do that. What do you think, Roger, about all black? I know that's not what Flip Cool is exactly saying, but so we're not trying. I'm not trying to beat you up because Flip Cool is a good subscriber. But I'm just curious, because there are people that have that mentality in this space and in real life. All these bitches at best is straight for the stroke.
Yep. Sorry about that,
Come
Ed.
in, Roger. Roger, are
Yeah,
you
I
there?
just took a phone call. Sorry about that. Um, so I ain't even hear what you
Well,
just
what
asked
I'm
me, Ed?
saying, what do you think about the idea that, because you remember, we're asking the guy that said most black women are not good people. So, what do you think about all black women are bad and 9% of black women are not good people, as you would say it? Do you agree with that? No.
Nah, I don't agree with that. That's just being ridiculous. That's just somebody who's scared to say 100%.
Well, what would be your percentage?
I estimate I say it's about 80-20.
Yeah, so 1 in 5, and yeah, and a lot of that 1 in 5 is married. So that's why you got to give them 22, 23. And again, and so when I say good, and then you got a lot of chameleons too that know how to basically hide and look like they in that 1 in 5. They know how to do that, and this is why they don't like that marriage thing as a validator. Now I don't always say that, but go ahead, Roger. You gonna say
No, no.
something else?
I mean, my thing. You hitting on all points. I wasn't even finna interrupt you, but the thing is, a lot of black women just don't. They haven't come to terms with reality about certain things, and that's why as I promote on my channel, if you've made it to 30 years old and you ain't got married, you just a loser at the end of the day, and you need to figure out why you're a loser and then say, you know what, I need to actually change because I'm headed down a dangerous road at the end of the day. But see, there's no
All right,
sense of
Flip Cool says by good he means feminine, submissive, and nurturing. All right, that kind of changes the dynamics a little bit. So we're gonna leave that there for another video, but point taken, you know. But go ahead.
yeah. Well, my thing is, women don't have markers for themselves to show that when they're losers. Like men know when they're losers. If you ain't got no job, you don't have no business,
Yeah,
you ain't
they
got no
used
car.
to they got rid of all that shit. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
Yeah.
all that shame. Oh, you're shaming me. Body positivity, sexual
Only
positivity.
God can judge me. Take me
Yeah.
as I
And that's
am.
why they always bring up God, which is why Kevin's absolutely right to talk about that Christian feminism, because April's a perfect example of that. And the thing about it is, I understand what April went through. I get that. But at the same time, it's kind of like, okay, if you went through that, like, are you really the person to be really teaching these females? Because by definition, you like, you just, are you? I mean, you can talk about a couple of people that, some people that came out, but the reality is, you don't truly come back from shit like that.
Well, and let me say this too, because I'm actually seeing something, a couple things in chat. I'm actually talking about women, y'all. Men have all kind of
Oh, these
measures.
niggas about to start getting mad.
Uh,
Yeah,
it's okay. They can be sensitive if they want to, or maybe they just uninformed. I'm just going to accept that they're uninformed for now. It'll be sensitive later. But at the end of the day, see, men have markers. While you're growing up, you're told what a loser is. If you don't have a job, you don't have a business, you're not in the military, you're not in college or some type of trade school, you don't have nothing going for yourself. You're a loser if you're a man. You don't have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Men know what makes men losers. Everybody is clear on what makes men losers. Women don't have any clear definitions of what makes her a loser. She don't understand
yeah.
anything.
They said they honestly didn't know because they hear that. Yeah, so they didn't know you was kind of making a comparison. So they good. Yeah, and
What
these are usually my good subscribers. These are my good folks. As far as benefit of the doubt. So yeah, women don't. Women don't know she's a fucking loser till she's fucking 50 today. This is why, think about it. April's 46. And look, April's successful in certain aspects of things, absolutely. And I'm not saying because she's married, she ain't successful, you know, because she's got some productive kids. I'll give her that. But the thing is, you got like women like Nico Cherie that's like 48. Like these chicks are getting old. And see, all that is that it. But keep in mind, Nicole Michelle, all them, that's that Atlanta bullshit. Like that's that Atlanta bullshit. That's
So here's
that
the thing,
Atlanta delusional shit. Because
Edward, I
I'm
just
gonna
want
say,
to.
hold on, I want to say this. You ain't gonna be in New York talking that bullshit. Go ahead.
This is the thing.
And then you got it after Roger.
What women have a clear path to what they're supposed to do, because you know most black folks do believe in God. We believe in Christianity and things like that. Women's path is clear. Your job is to help a man. It's simple. That's like Genesis chapter 3. You don't have to get far in the Bible to understand this. Okay, every woman knows what her purpose is if you're a Christian woman. Now, if you ain't got married by 30, how can you be anything but a loser at that point? Whatever it is that you're doing with your life, you ain't got no husband. You a
Facts,
loser.
Roger. Angry
It's
Man was just talking about that today. He was like, he's like, he basically the whole concept of, oh, these hoes are winning. It's like, he said, okay, a man that's a doctor, not to cut you off, but he's like, a man that's a doctor and he's single. People say, man, whoever gets him is lucky. But he's like, on the opposite end, if a woman is a doctor and she's a neurosurgeon or something like that, she's like, oh, yeah, she's nice, but where's her husband? It's like, yeah, you're successful, but you're still missing that internal piece that makes you a woman.
But well, see, the thing is, we got to be realistic on how things are measured. We're going to always marry women by if they got married or not. And if a woman cannot attract a decent man to be married to, because when you're unmarried, that's what you're saying about yourself. Not every single man that I've been around in every scenario has not come to the determination that I'm worthy of being a wife. And if a woman says, well, because see, when you say that around women, they'll try to cover themselves and say, "Well, no, well, you know, somebody asked me, or I was engaged, or people asked me, but I didn't accept." Well, if any amount of dudes, however many dudes you want to say that, you tell me 25 dudes asked to marry you. Well, if you said no to all 25, then you deemed all of them losers. Because women don't say yes to men that are losers. So the fact that you said no to those invitations, that you're telling me only losers want to marry you.
Yep.
It's clear that you're a loser,
You
and
just
you need
told
to
on
change.
yourself. Yeah.
And you need to change your ways so you can find a way to win. And it's a shame that we don't have this in place, because truth be told, by the time a woman is 18 years old, that's what's considered an adult in America, she should be a base model wife at 18 years old.
Yep.
Yes, you'll have to change a little bit depending upon what man she deals with, what the social status is going to be, what he's doing with himself. If he's another young guy versus a guy who's maybe 10 years older than her, or whatever the case is. But at 18 years old, she's supposed to be a base model wife already. And there's a lot of options she had, because she can be with a guy who's another 18-year-old, or she can be with a 25-year-old. She can go with a 30-year-old, and she'll be fine and be taken care of at the end of the day. But the thing is, most women ain't prepared to do that, and they're not trying to learn how to do that, and it's by choice. We as men make too many excuses for them, and that's why I was saying what April was saying. Some stuff she said sounded okay, but when you put all that stuff together, it wasn't gelling to make sense. And
It's a
if
whole
you
lot of
ain't
word
if you're not
salad a
looking
little
to
bit.
be a wife, what is your purpose at the end of the day? All that, I'm gonna get this and I'm gonna get that so I can get the caliber of man I want. If you could get that type of man, you'd have had him at 25. That's real talk.
But I'm gonna say this though. Two things. BGS really changed my outlook a lot on marriage. I would say one thing in particular. I, as black men, you're not necessarily told this, but he gave me, it's very insightful. He said women are trained to be married. You can't. I'm thinking in your mind like, oh, you'll meet somebody, in college, just in the third, and you guys will just tough it out. We'll go through the ups and downs, what have you. Like me personally, I'm coming from three generations of like single mothers, and I'm gonna just figure it out. I'm gonna just be the quote unquote, and the below blue pill mindset, be the best husband I could be, so on and so forth. And I'll just find a woman and work with all
And
her
that's why I say
flaws.
you're a single mother before you ever have your first kid.
Yeah, so then yeah, exactly. So then with that being said, is like you have to realize when he would always mention how Hispanic women would have, and lead attorney was talking about this too. He said the men were being served. He wasn't used to it, and the men were being served before the woman, and the I think he said the woman that he was dating, she served him, got him his like pitcher of water, this and the third. He said even to the point where the girls were serving their brothers, and we're talking about at a young age before they
And
like
by the
before they
way, and I don't mean to cut you off. Let's call this
yeah
what the fuck it is. Them niggas are uncomfortable with that shit. That's how bad it is. When they say
yeah
they're not used to it, a lot of times what they don't want to say is they're uncomfortable. That's
true
and that's how deep that shit is. Go ahead.
because we're not used to being having any kind of
You're
humane
not
dignity.
used
We're
to
not we
matter.
yeah. Now, remember what Kevin said. Now I didn't know it was that bad. Like
It
I get it.
is.
So
Oh
now
yes.
when he was like he had to tell like when
Nigga, you
I
matter,
yeah
nigga.
like you matter, dude. Like you're just not a cog in the machine. You're not just another cog in the
That'd be a great TikTok
gynocratic
video.
machine, man.
In the
I was shocked.
arms of an angel.
And
You matter, nigga.
for just 5 cents a day,
You can save a
uh
nigga.
be a footrest for a strag.
Or you can save a black man that has lost his mind.
Yeah, yo. Yeah, but it's you have to be socialized to be a wife. So I guess that's why guys would say like, hey, 80% is not there. You can't just up and at them. And then on top of that, what Roger was talking about is worse. It's like if you're not even socialized, it's one thing. For example, we come from for you might come from a single parent household. At least as a man, you got to strive to be better. You know that if you want certain outcomes or you want a certain caliber of woman, and if you want cooperation, you got to strive. These women not only did they not socialize or train to be wives, but they went through all their 20s being renegades and just going for a free fall. And then by the time you're 30,
Which
it's like
really indoctrinates them and bathes them in that
exactly,
bullshit. And another thing too is these chicks act like here's the truth. If they're not, a lot of these women is like you can't give them money and they're not sexually attracted to you if you died tomorrow. If you died tomorrow, like nigga, these you ain't. And let's be clear. I'm not gonna say a lot. Like I'm not gonna say 80% of women like put this kind of energy out there. But what I will say is, they when you hear some of them talk, it's kind of like if I ain't trying to fuck for free, or you can't give me money. When I say money, I mean life changing money because that's what the standard is. That's really what they talking about. They talk about you can't elevate my position. Shout out to Chicago Rilla, he's in the building, much appreciated. It's like, and he talks to the co-host all the time.
I'm gonna
And
send a prayer
I'll leave
out
it at that.
to Rilla for because Lord knows I'd have an aneurysm dealing with K, man. That's
And yeah,
that's an
you know,
unruly woman.
well, this is what I'll say. I'm not about to start. Yo, you come in here and talk. Cause folks are co-hosts, so there's different dynamics. Well, I'm not excusing behavior, but I'm just saying everybody know it is what it is. And it ain't even just K. Like, you got Kalo in there, and like I was gonna go through that. She actually wasn't that bad in the one the Poor Man's Podcast did, but the thing that really the thing that annoys me about a lot of this stuff now is a lot of this stuff has already been discussed. And I'm not saying people can't come in here refresh eyes and shit like that. That's not what I'm talking about. But I know, I'm like, because I remember SWP was young, because we're like, he's a couple years older than me. And then it's like he was going through this stuff, and I knew the stuff when he was going through it, but I was following
Yeah.
along. And then it's like now we don't got younger people saying the same shit. That'd be different if it was women that are 23, shit like that, saying the shit that was said 10 years ago. Fine, that's their path in life. But when you have women, and they ain't even gonna make it like April is 46. That's what the video is about now. So that's what we're gonna talk about.
Is she married?
April,
She's not
she
married. She's not
was.
married.
She
She
was
Not
was.
married.
okay.
April,
So
I want you to understand something. April, because none of them are that age on the Lepeef thing. Not Edward. April is 46. saying what she said. And even then, she let it slip out. And it's like, yo, you've had 46 years, and I get you went through it, but black men went through some shit too. Like a whole bunch of niggas went through some Antoine Fisher shit. But
Man,
we don't sit there and project. Is what we talk about what black women do. We talk about what we see today on a pattern basis. We're not talking about some shit that happened a long time ago and then that shit is just forever. Every bitch is just forever painted through that bullshit. Because even us will start calling folks losers and shit.
see, the thing is, when a lot of black men talk about what's going on, we're talking about the climate, the
Yeah.
individuals that make up a group. Women are normally talking about men they had sex with. They have
Yep.
a different perspective that they're releasing, and they're projecting the men who they had sex with onto other men that they've never even wanted to deal with or never intended on dealing with, or whatever the case is. They look through the lens of the dicks they had. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it comes down to at the
Yeah,
end of the
and that's
day.
what Obsidian always talks about. And it's kind of like we wouldn't really. And shout out to Chicago with a $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Let me pay like I weigh. Southside, wild, wild. It is. It can be. And don't get me started on black women. And there's a reason why Minister Jap. There's a reason why a lot of Chicago content creators are the way they are on YouTube right now. Like Minister Jap, you know. But what I will say is the thing. You're absolutely right about that climate thing. You're absolutely right. And as far as the dick thing, yeah, they're talking about the dudes that they want. Like that's what this, and that's fine. They can want who they want, and that's kind of that actually brought me to what I was going to bring up with Poor Man's podcast. But the whole truth ain't being told because the truth is the guys, this is why the money thing matters because the guys, and I'm not saying this is always mutually exclusive, but what I'm saying is dudes are going to gravitate to what's in their best interest eventually if they have something to leverage in the marketplace. And you can't let those guys completely go because the money's going to go along with them. I'm not saying there's niggas that get pussy don't have money or vice versa. You get what I'm saying? There's always like intermixtures into this stuff. But the thing about it is their outcomes is predicated on their choices. Like even when she said that she was molested and all of that, I get that you still was married who you was marrying. This is a past story we've heard before. Just because you was molested, let black women talk about it. 75% of black women are molested. You let them talk about it, and I'm like,
Man,
that's mathematically not possible.
at some point in time, we just gonna have to accept that that's just excuses. At the end of the day,
It is. It's just
if
a
I accept
distraction.
if I accept the word of black women, 99% of them have been sexually assaulted, and at least 75% of them is with the R word included. Okay,
Yeah,
so my thing is,
and
it
most
don't.
and most and most black men are in jail for drug possession.
Okay, but my thing is,
They love to lock niggas up for that shit. Go ahead.
at the end of the day, it don't matter. If you 18 years old, it is up to you to repair your life, and whatever repairs that need to happen, that's on you at the end of the day. Telling me
Hmm.
some story about what some dude did to you 12 years ago don't give you a pass for what you trying to get a pass on. At the end of the day, brothers just gotta, we just gotta hold a women accountable. Period. I don't care about your sexual past, even if it was a bad story. It don't matter to me at the end of the day. Either
What you're
you
gonna? Yep.
fixed it or you
Let, let
didn't.
me let me say let me say it this way because because niggas will be like, you heard that shit? He don't care. Of course he likes me. Fuck with glitter. Talk about me. I'll say this. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna disagree with what you're saying, but the way I'm gonna choose to say it is, it's not my responsibility to heal your ass.
Yep.
That's what I'm going. Now I get what you're saying. Roger's from Chicago. That's just like me, so I get it. And so, but I'm saying, and I'm not disagreeing with what Roger's saying. But what I'm saying is, it ain't my damn responsibility to fix your ass.
let me
I'm not dealing with projects.
well,
Go ahead.
well, let me say it like this: you being dysfunctional is not my issue. At the end of the
Yeah,
day, you just get bypassed.
Roger be like, oh, you can't say that. Then so you get dropped down. You still talking like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, well, that's all I'm really saying. If you're still dysfunctional because you've been 18 years old and you've been past that age for however long you've been past it, if you haven't went and got yourself fixed, That's on you at the end of the
But
day.
I
I
will
ain't
say
gonna be
this, because
bothered with
somebody was saying this is what Ramil was talking about. I understand that, and I don't disagree with that. But where I will say, and I'm not saying Ramil is advocating for this because he's not, but you got niggas that they will knowingly fuck with problematic bitches. Like they will normally, because of sex. You got to remember, guys, let's keep it all the way 100. Everybody ain't getting the sexual access they want. You have to work on developing your sexual access. Whether you're developing a rotation, whether you're developing whatever, that shit just don't fall out the sky for men. It ain't no, oh, I got legs open, and then you just pick and choose which niggas come along to come in there. You got to develop the, your sexual access. Even if you are a select dude, it may be a lot easier, but you still got to do it. You got to go out there, or you got to go to 10, whatever the fuck you got to do. You got to do something. My point is, if you're a dude and you're not necessarily the most select dude in the black community, then what's going to happen is you're going to start making compromises because your sexual imperative needs to be met. So what you start, whether it's compromising on looks, whether it's compromising on something, whatever. So what happens is you may deal with a chick that she look good, but she's very mentally problematic. So what you all will start doing is fucking with bitches y'all mentally shouldn't be fucking with, knowing that they're mentally fucked up. And then that's where problems come arise. And this is where y'all start talking about crazy pussy is the best pussy and all this other bullshit. And then y'all get sad when y'all run into shit. And this is so when you talking about women that's been through abuse and shit like that, you shouldn't even, I don't give a fuck how she look. I wouldn't be even fuck with her. If you know that now, most of the time you're not gonna know that going in. I get that. But especially in this post Me Too era, shit.
Yeah, but once they drop it on you, it's time to separate. And I've been
And some
promoting
of
my.
these niggas will be like, yeah, man, I'll fuck you slow, or some stupid shit like that. And you think that's a game, and then and I'm not saying it's your fault, but I'm just saying as black men, we do not get a lot of redos. It don't matter if it ain't fair. It's what it is. And in fact, I just had an article where it was a dude that was exonerated after being in jail, prison for 46 years. I'll put that up here because I'm gonna start doing a series called "Tell Me Something Good," because I know everybody always think I'm the negative nigga, and the good thing about that, is the good part is GoFundMe. People, he's a millionaire because he was able people, raised $1 million for him, and that was black folks. I was like, that's some really good shit. That's a good story. Um, because that nigga was fucked, and it's my opinion that anyway. But anyway, I just want to throw that out there just to lighten
Well,
up the mood.
well, I think when it come down to it, a lot of men gotta recognize when women tell you that they crazy, because they will tell on themselves, and it
Yes.
usually don't take too long. But the main issue that black men have, that I say, because I've been saying it, pushing on my channel for a long time, that men need to learn how to break up with women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying don't go SYSBM and all that type of stuff, but my thing is the precursor to all that stuff is a man need to learn how to break up with a woman. Period. And
Yep.
unfortunately, a lot of us do not know how to do that as a collective. That's something I've noticed. I done broke up with every woman I done been with, and most men I've come across ain't never broke up with any woman. You know what I'm saying? So women think that what they do and what they say is acceptable because we don't break up with them. We may cheat on them and all that type of stuff, but once you get caught cheating, if that's how it play out, then she's gonna quote unquote
Yeah.
break up with you for cheating, even though that ain't the real reason. But it's still say in her mind she don't need to change anything.
Yeah, and Jason Black does always say don't fuck with the crazy throwed off chick, and he's right. And a lot of y'all do be doing that shit, and y'all think that shit is cute, and then fuck what the bitch does. Them lies are more devastating that these chicks can pull off. And the thing about it is they always gonna have their own little narrative, and the law ain't gonna come down on them like it will come down on you, and it damn sure ain't gonna come down them as hard if they doing something to you versus if they doing something to like a white dude or something else. I mean,
Yep.
you all know these things going in, and I'm not, people say, well, don't fuck with. I'm not saying don't fuck with black women. I'm saying it is what it is because a lot of y'all, when y'all like that shit, if y'all like that shit, y'all usually like that shit in other groups too. I found, niggas that be really on that shit, they be dealing with problematic Latinas too when you on that type of shit. But anyway, going back to, but April wasn't necessarily that, but and I'll give her that because at least her kids have shown enough to be productive. Is the main thing about this is you got women that are in this niche, and it's like, for instance, the Lapiv network is not in the manosphere. Okay, shout out to Chicago Rilla. And I say that the black manosphere. I say that because Lapeef himself has said that in no uncertain terms. And that's fine. His audience doesn't even his audience, they don't owe us shit. Is well, they don't, their audience does not come from our audience. I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna be straight up with that. Their audience comes a lot of, maybe Kevin a little bit, but now that being said, the content was nurtured, before, but that's not here nor there. What I'm saying is that you have to understand, and Chicago Gorilla said it about hashtag let's just have a conversation. There's a difference between the black male niche as far as black male media, which I would argue they engage in, black media. I would even argue they actually engage in more black media because their stuff is not exclusively for black men. That's why they have both black men and black women. So it's really not even just targeted to black men. It's actually targeted to both. And then like the black manosphere. So what happens a lot of times is people will sit there and try to hold people accountable to certain things the black manosphere has said. And really it should not be said that for the most part, everybody that's black is not necessarily in the black manosphere. Glendon's not in the black manosphere. Truth be told, Jada Black's not in the black manosphere. Ron Wills is kind of so-so, but Ron Wills is kind of like right there on the satellite as well. Because he got tired of y'all fucking with his select, non-select shit. So, I mean, for real. So people don't understand the difference.
Yeah, well, let me just say this. If you're an intelligent person, just because a person is black, and especially if they happen to be a male, does not automatically make them in the black manosphere. Y'all let that. If you're dumb enough to believe that, just let it go.
Well, yeah, because it's a thing where people will be like, "Well, you're sharing, April is on the lead attorney." Well, this is where the audience is that we've developed, and honestly, the goal is not necessarily April herself, but the goal is for us to develop this stuff. So these ideas can be perforated into the greater body politic, at least of black people. I've always said the main edict of the black manosphere should be to network all black men. Now, whether we all agree is another thing, but to create that communication line. Because once we create that communication line, then you can get a dude like Dr. T.S. Johnson, Dr. Tommy Curry, Kevin Samuels, a Roger Report, me, whoever, we can start to permeate this. Because that's the one thing they don't want is black men talking. If we can start accessing the dudes that aren't online like that through barbershops and stuff like that, do word of mouth through people that are on YouTube, that's going to be a problem because eventually, even if the shit don't go 100% our way, that shit is going to be more in line with logic, which is going to make it, so women can't. The thing is, here's the thing. The biggest, if I had to say, what is the biggest thing that I have a problem with black women in black community, but this is true for American women in general. This can be said for all races of women in America and in the West. Women seem to want a fertile environment to run game on dudes. And it's seen as anything that's counter to that is seen as a threat, and it's presented as hate speech or whatever in order to like shut it down from a propaganda standpoint. The reality is, only thing dudes really want to do at the end of the day is put all the cards to the table, and then we basically see if there's something to talk about, or if it's not,
be amicable.
You do you, and I do me. That's it. And then so this is where you get into IGMOR, SYSBM, marriage, whatever, intercultural dating, whatever. Because those are technically solution paths. MGTOW. But the women don't want to do that because the women understand that the women deeply understand that they've gotten away with a lot. And when I say gotten away, it's kind of like okay, let's say you're dealing with
Can I say this there real quick?
Yeah.
Just to sum it up, women want to deceive men in peace. That's really what's going on.
Yes. Absolutely. And if you look at it, like, we won't even talk about ADOS, not ADOS. Let's just talk about race. Let's say black people want to say, okay, it's time we know how to, like, why are we buying fried chicken from Asians? Like, the only thing we don't know how to do is make that fucking fried rice. And it's like, let's create like a Panda Express, with somebody like, let's say NBA player or something like that, business, high level, Jay-Z, whoever the fuck, they got the money. And they create that, and then that shit gets franchised. They franchise it like Chick-fil-A or some shit, right? And then everywhere you go, these agents start being scared because they know where that shit shows up, where Panda Express shows up, and then we start doing shit like saying the shit is cat, whatever you can say is racist, whatever we do to do business, right? To get our shit in there. They will fight tooth and nail to make that happen because they think our money belongs to them because they're so used to it. You see what I'm saying?
Hey,
Does that make sense what I just said?
you know, the thing is,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think what you said about Lapeef saying that in no uncertain terms he's not a part of the manosphere.
Well, he didn't
So
say in no uncertain terms. He said he's not in a part of it. I'm just saying that he made it clear.
he
I just
made it
want to be
clear.
fair. I want to be fair about that because the way,
Let me,
because
I,
he had some
yeah,
bass in his voice when he said it. But go ahead.
all right, let me. Okay, all right. So Lapeef, in no uncertain terms, said he's not a part of the manosphere. So my question is, how in the hell, if he's not part of the manosphere, is Courtney bringing her straggle daggle ass over to the manosphere, pretending like she got something to tell a nigga? You know what I'm saying? How does that work?
Bro,
Well, because go ahead.
anybody can make a channel and talk about anything they want to. So anybody can say whatever talking points they want to. They're just because somebody's saying something, or they're saying something related to something that they saw. You know how many people started up channels that wasn't doing nothing before Kevin Samuels blew up?
Yeah. And
So
yeah,
people do what they
absolutely.
want to
So
do.
and yeah, so people,
So
and this is what
you saying it makes sense for Courtney to bring her straggle
do.
daggle ass
Well,
over
I
to the
mean, you
Nobody
manosphere?
said.
can't. Yeah, I
Nobody. He didn't
mean,
say nothing about Courtney. He said, "Look, the Peef is not a part of Black Manosphere." That's not saying anything
I'm not.
about
Listen,
Courtney.
bro. I didn't.
but
I'm
see,
not.
but
I'm not saying
Ian,
I'm
what
not
you're
talking
not
about what
hearing
Megan
is
said.
this is that political shit. The first, let's be clear here. Obsidian invited Courtney on to his platform. Let's
Uh,
be very clear about that. Courtney wasn't knocking on the doors, banging on the doors, saying "Let me in, let me in." On Obsidian, like, I want to be fair, and I'm not defending nobody, but Obsidian, because she's been on there multiple times.
yeah.
Obsidian interviewed her, and we know before Courtney, other women in the Obsidian's interview, because Obsidian ain't the fire breathing Obsidian of, you know what I'm saying? He's
Yeah.
decided he's gonna, rather than be anti roommates, he's gonna be more like a anti-hero kind of thing, where
Uh-huh.
it's like he ain't gonna be on some straight, I'm gonna be absolute right wing, and that's liberal. He's gonna move more closer to the moderate so he can get more into the general election. Now, the core of what he talks about is still there and it's been there. But for people that like the fire breathing shit, like how they got Republicans, they like the red meat, they don't like that.
Uh-huh.
So and just like Pablo did not have to let her up. Pablo let her up because he was talking about the interview that Obsidian did with Courtney, and they did not like that. And they did not feel like they were heard by Obsidian because Obsidian was dropping Trey and Conservative down. And I'm not saying the shit is right. I'm not saying y'all can't be mad about it, but that's what happened. So Pablo did his stream, and then Courtney decided to say, and Pablo's channel is relatively small because this, and I'm gonna be fair, this is what a lot of these motherfuckers will do. And I don't mean call them, I'm just saying people in general. What they'll do is they'll turtle up and they will hide. You know how these women do, Chrissy, Paris, all in. You got to be like 100, 180. And so you sitting there going one way, and they may make a video being stupid, but they won't get into a direct engagement with you, because if you get into a direct engagement with them, they lie, they could get cooked or they
Right.
could trip. And to be
So
fair,
that's my question. How so
What?
either
Let me
way.
add. Let me
hold
let
on,
me answer.
let me let Ian say what he got to say, then we'll follow up, because I don't want us keep on explaining it and he ain't able to respond to what we explaining. Go ahead.
So my thing is, how does she become either way, whether she banging on the door or someone invited her, how does she become the emblem of someone that even is going to be in the manosphere at all? What is
She's
it
not in
about
the
her?
man, and she's
Okay,
not in it. So she's not. Yeah, go ahead,
let me
Roger.
say what I was gonna say before you even said that, dude. Just because somebody in the Black Manosphere has a show does not mean that somebody can come on as a guest to one of their shows and then they're included in the Black Manosphere. That is not how it works. Many people in the Black Manosphere have many guests on their shows, and those people who are guests are just guests. They're not part of the Black Manosphere just because they've been a guest.
Yeah, Brittany Renner is not a part of a Black Manosphere because Kevin. I mean, for real, she's on DJ Vlad. DJ Vlad is starting to roll that shit out. I mean,
Oh,
just like DJ Vlad ain't a part of the hip hop community because DJ Vlad is interviewing him or Brittany. You know that. I mean, that's the thing, and I'm glad you brought this up because that's where stuff starts to get crazy.
mhm.
Because and hold on, let's go back in the past because people like to say where hold on angry what's the other Angel Ramirez, what's the other bitch's name, Cynthia G. I need, man, I need to stop. I was using a bitch all day during Thanksgiving. Why you say
Going
that?
through the rogues gallery, Edward.
No,
What,
I'm trying to show you
what,
something.
my
I'm
thing
trying
is,
to show y'all something real quick. And I'm not, and see y'all, you're defending. I'm not defending shit. Because y'all know I've been talking this shit for a minute. Because all this, everybody want to blow up because people are being interviewed. The thing is, yeah, Courtney has her own channel. I saw I Am Courtney Michelle. Oh, O'Shea interviewed her. The
Yeah,
thing, so the thing about it is, O'Shea also interviewed Paris. You know, like just like mediocre interview Shahrazad Ali. You know, and I'm about to show you something because this I want y'all to understand perspective. Um, look at this shit. This is the bullshit back in the day. What I'm about to show you right now. Um, and so y'all understand because it's like that's what some people are missing perspective. Anyway, let me go through my super chats real quick. Shout out to JC $99. We can't get triggered. Why? By who comes here? I'm not saying he's getting triggered. He's asking a question very directly, and it's a good question because I want to really attack it. When I say attack it, just tackle it. Shout out to B. What up, Ed? Another good stream, much appreciated. You know, me and B has had our differences, but I want to bring this up as it because I'm gonna tell you the Peep Network could be absolute assholes and start coming at people that review their content. They could do that, and I've said that. When I review it. Because some people like that. And then to say with Anton could have turtled the fuck up too. And hid. We talk about the pre-Glendon thing and with the marriage shit. But he came on lead. He came on, I think, either Bernard Riley or Fantastics. I think it was Fantastic. And Fantastic's channel is relatively the size of mine. And they got I think around 50K. They may have more because they don't show their subs. My point is a lot of folks would do that shit. I ain't even gonna say roommates because they're really big. They're not in this. And a lot of the females be doing that shit. So again, this is one thing I was annoyed when Courtney was talking about the quote unquote manosphere, but I don't know where they're at. Now I know where some of them have been, so I have a better understanding of what they're talking about. So anyway, you got something else to say before I play this?
but I'm gonna say this, even and no shade, but even Chicago Rilla, I'm trying to figure out is where does he stand at? Because a lot of times when I see him on Lapeef, he's trying to save the hoes on the channel and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why
I
you say that?
mean, so even so that's an opinion, and that's an opinion that's out there. And there is sometimes where that shit's happening. But I will say, and y'all have seen me do the play-by-plays, I have been saying recently, they've been, especially since Kayla got in there, they've been getting a lot more direct with them. Like if you look at the clips, and you gotta remember the clips are a reflection of videos that are once a week. I don't listen to the King's things. I don't know what's said there. You got to, and then that's another thing. And see, now you gotta start to understand something. They're doing this. Yeah, they want to have a conversation, but make no mistake, they're doing this as a business. Once I looked at Lapeef's Instagram, and I'm not mentioning that to start shit. I'm mentioning that because that is what he said. He also said that their channel was not directed at just black people. This is when Amira was there, when they were upset about Amira being there, like some of the women, or supposedly they were upset.
Supposedly.
That's when he made that. So again, we'll say this because I want to play this
but
because
let me say
I'm
this
not
real
going to
quick,
keep on
Edward.
saying the same thing.
Let me say this real quick, because I understand that what people is thinking, and I even see some people saying in the chat. Hey y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all an honest to God true story. I've been watching the Bulls since I was a little kid. I'm from Chicago. I've been watching the Bulls my whole life. I am not part of the Bulls organization. I'm a dude that watches the Bulls organization. There is a difference between participate. I've been to games that don't make me part of their organization. They just don't.
Yeah.
And there's many people that the Bulls organization have brought to their stadium, and they've even played in their stadium. They're not a part of their organization. You got to. It takes more than just watching somebody or getting invited to do an event here or there to be part of something.
And here's why I'm saying this, like I'm saying it, because there's times where I might do collabs. Nigga, I'm working on like I'm literally going through, I'm not gonna say how I'm doing it, but I'm literally going, and I'm talking about channels you ain't never heard of. Like as far as people that are similar to what I do and they're in the same content range. So it's not so much of a situation where I'm asking them to be on their shit. It's more like we got an exchange because I got viewership, they got subscriber count that's maybe a little bit higher, but similar to mine, if not outright similar to mine. Some may be a little bit smaller. And so you'll see me doing collabs with people as a way to try to that's a growth tactic. And so one thing about their shit is done like a business, and part of probably why they're cool with people talking about them, because that puts people's names out there. All of them are all on the same team, so that's a reflection that brings it back to like the core thing. This is why they got the Instagram thing the way they do. This is why they do the clip. It's probably one reason why they do the cam up shit, because they want the clips and have a certain uniform look. I saw that once I started going through his Instagram and stuff like that. So with that being said, you know, yeah, they may be going to other people's stuff and showing it up. I'm not saying it's inauthentic. It's just there are certain byproducts of doing certain things. And yeah, it makes sense that Courtney would want to build her own channel. I mean, shit, it's YouTube money to be getting. I mean, you don't have to be here to make a YouTube channel. But see, everybody got this extra protective thing. The Black Manosphere does not own the black male niche. They don't. They never did. They never did, because there's always been channels outside of that. Jada Black is not in the Black Manosphere, you know.
But Jada Black, once the Manosphere really started getting popping the last year or two, he has come way over to the Manosphere side.
That's not true. Jada Black is I am an avid. I listen to Damn Me every video Jada Black puts out.
Yeah. Usually he was only doing sports and shit. Now he's
that's not true. That's not true.
That's not true, man.
I mean, I'm sorry, dude. I get what you're saying. Yes, he does a lot of that shit. He does celebrity news. But Jada Black was one of the earlier people. He was like
Jada Black been around since before Obsidian.
Really, he was really late 1.0.
Yeah,
it's just he always Jada Black built his shit on his own, because he said fuck y'all. He did that nigga is the Book of Eli. He did that shit. And to be fair, and he's at 170. A lot of people don't know where he's at. He slipped up a couple of times. He's at 170, about 177.
No, I fuck with Jada Black.
No, I'm talking about his subscriber count, so people don't really know how big he is. That's all I meant. And I know you fuck with him. I'm just saying that the thing about it is that we have this thing like y'all are. Think about what you really saying. You are actually, and you said the same thing about Chicago. This ain't no political. Y'all making it seem like this a fucking political party or some shit. Like we're the Green Party, like the way you talking. It's like
it is.
No, it's not. And I've always made it clear that there's a reason I say that we're like the Black Manosphere is like Greece, and there's a whole bunch of city states.
You got Spartan, you got Athens.
Yeah, and they don't give a fuck about each other really, unless the whole Persians are coming. But really, what it is now is you realize there's a whole and there's gonna be, like I said, there's gonna be collabs and stuff you're gonna see, and I get it. People are afraid that people are gonna sell the fuck out. That's really what it is, and I understand that. That's an understandable concern. Anyway, Dwayne H with the $10 super chat says it's the Black Manosphere and then black content. The Black Manosphere is where the raw truth is allowed to be spoke. It's not always about business in the Black Manosphere, which is what makes it special. Absolutely. But the thing about it is people can do both. I can do a Patreon. My Patreon is fucking free. So that's where I'm going to start talking a lot of my shit at. So if you want it, you ain't got to pay. You know, it's going to be up there in public posts. All you got to do is go there. You know, so a lot of my stuff is going to be, I'm going to do it on regular YouTube, leave it up for a couple of days because it ain't going to be designed to be promoted in the algorithm. And then I'm unlisted. That way people can still catch it on YouTube. But if they want to click on a link, do the Patreon, they can do that. Now, I'm not saying people should do that. I'm saying that's what I'm going to do, because that way this makes it more of a software. But anyway, the reason why I want to show you this video is this video technically is from 9 months ago. But the truth is this is from like years ago. This is from like 4 years ago. This is from 4 years ago. Where when Angry Man, Cynthia G, Robert Perkins, China Fox, these are 2 women, you know, Cynthia G, Tareen Rain, and Jasmine. This is somebody y'all don't really know about. I knew about her way back in. She was the youngest one out of the bunch, and this is just a 2-minute video. But this is to let you know collabs have always happened. Collabs have always happened. This is not some like shit where this shit's like brand new.
Disconnect.
So let's go. See what oh God, China Fox. This is fucking the blast from the past.
Black men. I feel like we don't listen to each other. I feel like
as you can see, the same bullshit. And as you can see, if you look below, guys, you see the people at the bottom. And Tareen
Black men don't listen to us. I feel like
because bitch, you ain't saying shit.
There has been a brainwashing.
Agree with some points. I personally don't feel there's anything wrong with,
I guess before he was fucking Cynthia G,
patriarchy. As long as the leadership is strong, as long as this leadership is representing the monolith of black men. I think that in this society, monolith of black men, I think it's representing.
The sad part about her is she's one of these young feminist-minded chicks.
She's on the grapevine.
Oh God, of course.
Side note,
the
I don't
monolith
want
of black men. I think
so. She must. This is before she got on the grapevine.
That in this society,
the grapevine is the devil, in my opinion.
She lives in my area in town. One time I glanced.
Yeah, because she moved. She was from Cali and she moved to New York.
The meanest.
Yeah, she buy into that. I'm dark.
Great grill.
Yeah, she buys into I'm dark and that bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I live in Brooklyn. One time I was on the train and I saw, because all the people from the Grapevine, they live in my area in New York. So, but one time I was on the train and I saw she gave me the meanest stare. Like you felt like, damn, like if looks could kill, like she'd be stabbing me in my forehead. It was like you see the person across from you, you notice them, and you just give them
and she's out of Oakland.
Not in a way, but she like gave me this
whatever.
It's gotten a bad name.
The way white men view patriarchy, it is oppressive. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not. Now, me personally, what I think should be done, you know, whether you call it patriarchy, whatever you want to call it, if you go back to our ancestors, we had more of a balanced unit.
People are talking about a patriarchal society, and the thing of it is what we're failing to realize is, number one, patriarchy doesn't work. We're living in a patriarchal society right now. And
as you can see, this is the bullshit she was on before she started really wilding the fuck out.
Not
all, but some black men tend to praise white women in spite of black women. So
boo-hoo, I'm dark and I'm mad. Shut up. I really don't. And the sad thing about it is she's actually attractive. She loses a little bit of weight because she got the fat, but she's young, but she's actually attractive. So it's like, God,
I'm telling you, she got a bad. She
got. I know. Look, I know, dude. I get that. I know she got worse. If she's on it, I get it. If she's on the grapevine, yeah.
Against interracial relationships, it's not something I would promote. But I have a problem with.
Yes, this is a flashback. This is like a 4 or 5 year flashback, guys. So I don't want to hear no Angry Man, you was on there with Bill. Because I mean, Angel ain't even relevant no more.
It's black men who say, "Oh, I want a white girl because black women are this, that, and the third."
And she's like 21 at this time, by the way.
Angry, they're bitter, and all that other stuff. I think it's unnecessary. I think it's very damaging. And
the grapevine may have some good guests from time to time, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't want to hear no 980's bitch talk shit about Africa. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the other ones. Because I ain't heard her, and I would never. Boy, I would never. No. I'm not gonna hear no 980's bitches on Nigerian bitches talk shit about African American men when them motherfuckers wouldn't raise. They wouldn't do that shit in front of any of the tribes in Nigeria. You know, like as far as Nigerians over the fuck here too. They know not to talk. So what they do is they overinvest. But hold on, I want to finish this, then we'll talk about the video.
I really hate to interrupt this video, but this is just a little 60-second teaser. Now, unfiltered.
Nigga, that's whack. So you playing your old. Man, I'm so glad he's not on like that, because he was making light-skinned motherfuckers look bad. I was so happy when he got removed from the equation.
I remember he used to call himself the Jamaican Puerto Rican king. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, if this was the reverse, they would Chrissy would have been like, oh, these ambiguous mulatto.
Yeah, so yeah, so B shout out to $2. It doesn't work yet. They praise white patriarchy. Absolutely. This is why I don't even argue with these motherfuckers. Tell them to just date out. Go get you a white man and go be happy. Go do what Eve did. Maybe you'll win that lottery. I don't know. Like, on certain things, I don't even argue with them because it ain't even worth having a conversation. Now, granted, you got to understand that if you're in the business of having these conversations, and that's one thing y'all, like, even I get out of a lot of times, because that's not generally what I'm here for. You got to understand, it's just like when rapping. Let's say you're a really good rapper and they say you got to slow down. Why? I mean, Roger could empathize with this because he was doing a music thing just like Jap. And they'll say, the people, you may be good at rapping, but you can't resonate with the people because either the words you using and shit you saying is just over their head. And some of the people, it may be other shit. Maybe you just garbage, but sometimes it's just something as simple as that. And it's the same thing with this. If you're in the business of having these conversations, like David Carroll says, repetition is the mother of skill. Sometimes you got to say the basic shit. So when people like to talk about protection and all this other bullshit, we know the answers, but we got to address this stuff because it may be new people. BGS says that all the time. He said, I missed the super chat. What super chat did I miss? No, I got the last super chat. Yeah, the one with $10.
One up a little bit higher than the one you just showed.
JC said you can't get triggered. B said, what up? Another good stream. Yeah, he said that.
Nah, yeah, I know. B said, huh? If anything, black men listen too much to black women. Now, I actually agree with that one. You missed that one.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. But it's not, but when the lead attorney, but do you characterize that as the lead attorney was listening to April Mason? Like, as far as listening to, like, be led by her?
Of course not. He's a lawyer, man. He's a lawyer.
It ain't got nothing to do with that. The lead attorney is running a show on YouTube. He's going to have guests. You let your guests speak. That's what that is. People act like they ain't never seen television before. They're like, they don't have no idea how media works. Like, yeah, a guest comes on your show, you let your guest speak. That's what you do.
I mean, yeah, if you want to come up, if you want to come up, if Chicago really want to come up, he definitely can come up. But like I said, man, y'all got to understand and when I say they're running it like a business, that's not to mean that they're not authentic as to what they're trying to do. That's not necessarily saying that. Same thing with, let's take it off of them, the roommates. I believe the roommates are authentic as to what they are trying to do and what they believe. Now, I would love to get Hazid, whatever his name is, on the fucking grapevine, and see how Fez and see him apply that shit to those motherfuckers, like, for real, because they be on some other shit.
No, they literally had a grapevine episode was Are Men Trash? That was the name of the grapevine episode. Are men trash? And it was nothing but women. You could tell they're like bitter situations. I'm all going through, like, their all faces are talking about.
I'm not even putting up with your bullshit because I ain't been doing no crying about women. And then you come in here, you crying about women, you're gonna be removed. I ain't even. Fuck that. I'm not even putting up with this bull. Yeah, that's sometimes allowed. That's not going to be allowed here. And my thing is, the question is, yes, men are trash, so why are you having sex with them? That's what I'm going to say, because essentially, if they're all trash, then are you having sex with them, or are you a lesbiana? That's an option. But again, you have to look at it from the perspective too. Is that's a headline? The dudes are gonna want to hear what has to be said. Mediocre talked about that. Sometimes that's clickbaity shit.
one of the dudes that is on there, I'll follow him. I forgot his name, but to me, it's like when dudes go on there and then they have the alternative lifestyle guy there, and he's like, he agrees with everything the woman's saying. He be talking them, same talking points to manifest. Oh, you gotta manifest the bullshit, or word salad type nonsense. But all other than that, all the other dudes on the show, it's like them apologizing for being a man. Like, oh, I'm sorry for having a lust for light skinned woman. And if you notice, the majority of women on the panel are just mostly a darker hue.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a whole bitter like coven of of African and
I don't even go over there between them and for Harry. I don't deal with none of that. I don't even talk about it. You know this. Anyway, so we got a good guest on the line. Chicago Rilla from the
Not a good
Network.
guest.
Well, I don't want to say a special guest because then Roger might be like, nigga,
Yeah, definitely not a special or good guest.
So I'm trying to be
for real.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be diplomatic here. But no, and Roger's from Chicago as well. So we got 3, Chicago folks.
Already, man. Hey, look. Hey, fam, look, I appreciate you extending the courtesy and pulling me up. I really was coming to salute you, man. Like real talk. I'm through these YouTube streets, and this is a different world for me, honestly. And yes and no. It's different from what I experience in real life, but I do understand it the more I deep dive into it. And the more I deep dive into it, the more I appreciate what you're doing. And I recognize also why I hear your name in certain circles, right? And so I really did just want to salute and pull up and show you love in real time. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how it is from the crib, man. It used to be the city of hella haters. It's not like that no more. But anybody black and from Chicago, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down and ride with you. But I do understand also that people had questions. And let me say this. I'm not here to, represent Lapeef Network or answer anything in particular about the network. But what I can say is this. There seems to be some confusion. And you're spot on in terms of kind of sort of what JR's sentiment is, because it is his show. And I do understand Anton is braggadocious and gets on there and says, hey, I do this and I do that and da-da-da-da and throws his weight around. JR is like the funny thing is, behind the scenes, if you talk to JR, you'll hear a lot. But like when we're on the show, man, dude finna fall back like a small back and be relaxed. And some people say that's to his detriment. Some people understand the moves that he's making, so on and so forth. But it's 1000% his show. I mean, it bears his namesake. And Brother Edward, you know how this YouTube stuff move, man. How much investment can you really do behind the scenes, right? Other than sweat equity. Like, we don't broadcast out of a studio. We don't, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so I want that to be clear, because I think people, when they hear Anton talk about his involvement and he doesn't break down what his involvement is, content creators on YouTube kind of get it. But then people who listen to the show think that like he's just bullying and pushing his weight around, and it's really not what's happening.
Well, I assume there were partners. Now, as far as I just assume there's partners with his name in front of it, and then I'm not gonna say who's more or whatever.
I couldn't even tell you, to be honest.
But I'm not even asking you that. I'm just saying, like,
well, no, I was just saying for other people. For other people, I know the thing of it is, bro, you kind of get it. Like, you get it, and that's why I really do rock with. I pop in here. And I pick up what you're putting down, fam. Like, and I really do appreciate the work that you're doing. And similar to Minister Jap, I think the talent is gonna match the views at one point. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely gonna match the views, because you do have a unique perspective, and I think it's objective, and I think it's balanced. I just think people are not catching up. But for people that are not aware, and have an agenda and have a perspective, I just kind of wanted to pull up. That's all.
No, absolutely. I mean, here's my thing. I'm not trying. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to like get insight into like what they do as far as giving information and trying to enter. If you want to set the record straight, I'll give you opportunity to do so. And then what these people, because I've been really talking a lot of shit to not necessarily my audience, but like in the space, you know, for last couple of days, because I've been kind of getting annoyed at some of the things that I see is like a regression. And here's the thing, even when you spoke to the view thing, my channel is ran more like a vlog where my, what they call it, stream of consciousness. I hate to say that because it makes it seem like I think I'm super smart, but that's what they fucking say it. That I can just put it out. Yeah, put it out here. And then this is why half my titles are not spelled. A lot of what the Lapeep Network did is what a lot of folks have talked about they would do or might do. Not saying they got it from anybody, but they said, you know, if people came together, a couple of content creators came together, you see, because when I used to watch Boys Watching stuff, and you know, he had his background and everybody would have the background thing. And it ain't necessarily like that, but I get why the cam up thing is on that front, because it creates a uniform thing. And I really got it once I saw how the clips were being done when you go to the Lapeef Network Instagram. Because it comes off looking a certain type of way on Instagram that looks very polished. So, and I didn't see that at first. That was recent that I saw that, because you know, I go through. I mean, you see on the channel, I go through.
Oh man, this is all new but the thing of it is, it's new for a lot of us, even and again, including me. So just for your audience, so they know, you know, I didn't court Lapeef Network. I didn't ask to be on Lapeef Network. I wasn't sought out to be on Lapeef Network. I caught Kevin Samuels' Average at Best video like everybody else, and the boy started going down the rabbit hole, you know, dealing with COVID and everything else like everybody else. You know, it came across my timeline, and I was like, oh, fam from the crib. And at that time, it was B Nix and Tawana, and they from the crib. And then it was Anton from Detroit, and I was like, oh, okay. And I had spent time in Detroit. And so I had started, this was in February. And then when I started calling in, you know, I would say my piece on Tawana, and I would say my piece on Anton. When I agreed with them, I make that known. And when I disagreed, I would make that known. And then after so many times, Gerard was like, yo, you got a unique perspective. Like, yo, you want to come up? And I was like, yeah, I'll join the show. And join one show, then two shows, then three shows. And then, you know, after that, he was like, yo, I want to bring you on permanently. And this is facts. I told him, hey, we could do a trial period to see if this works, you know, because I don't want, number one, I didn't want to commit to something that I just didn't know how it would work out. But the one thing about JR, man, in terms of talent and bringing people together for a conversation, as uncomfortable as it may be, as polarizing as it may be, whether people agree or disagree, I told dude plenty of time, he has a unique talent for that. And not only that, keep it a beam, fam. Like, I didn't see anything else like what he was doing on YouTube, period. And I could be, you know, kind of biased because
not really male ran.
Right. It's in that space, because when you talk about like the manosphere and his position, the position of you know, Thursday's talk not being, you know, like for the manosphere, or not identifying, or the network not identifying with the manosphere. I do understand that, because one thing that I do know he holds true is that your audience chooses you. You don't choose your audience. But for the exposure that I had in Atlanta, I also know that within that, you do have an opportunity to kind of curate the narrative, right? So that's kind of the position I try and serve over there. And I get it. People don't understand it. They don't get it all the time, or they don't agree. Or, you know, some people look at it as pure entertainment and think I should do certain things. But let me tell you something, it's real people having real conversations in real time. And so when people say, they say now, they like, yo, really, you taking the red pill? Yo, no, I'm a lifelong student, fam. I'm observing and I'm objective, and what I see, I speak on. And it's like, oh, well, why you let, in the earlier episodes, why you let Anton do this, that, and the third, whoopty woo, blase, blase, blase. And it's interesting because and thank you for allowing me grace to speak this part of it, bro. I binge watched BMF, right? I stayed away from it for a minute, but I kept hearing it, and then, you know, of course,
the show.
But it actually is. That's the crazy thing. I'm looking at it, but I'm looking at how Meech moved. Do you know how many times Meech was made to look like a hoe stud, and in any other setting, he would have been handled a completely different way, but he stood on his principles and was like, I don't care how I look, I'm looking at the bigger picture. And I can't do nothing but laugh at oofy goofies that think like somebody calling you names or making jokes or saying certain things on YouTube, and the way you choose to respond in that moment makes you look a particular way and puts them in a position in the elevated light. I'm just like, and that's why I do appreciate your perspective and how you address certain things, bro. Because even you know, I think we was on Shan's joint, right? And I was listening to you, and I was like, man, this brother is like, I get what they were saying about you. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, it depends, because depending on, you know, a lot of motherfuckers don't like me in this. You know,
I've heard nothing but good things, and the ill things, you know, people gonna have those opinions too, but I choose to celebrate. We didn't had enough of the hating, bro. I choose to celebrate. So that's the part of you that I honor, G.
Well, one of the things I want to ask you, you know, straight up, is because this is what you have. You've kind of got the old. It's like some Old Testament. Now I'm thinking about this in real time, and I'm Roger. I definitely want you to jump in here. It's really some Old Testament and New Testament shit. That's really what it is. You got the Old Testament type of stuff, and technically, the way the Black manosphere is a product of kind of history, of kind of how it's the couple of years of how it was formed. And you have people that they're coming to this. You mentioned after the Average at Best video, where this stuff started to really railgun because it started to hit on World Star, and it started to get so people were introduced to certain stuff through Kevin Samuels, because that's how the YouTube algorithm is. It may not promote something directly, but indirectly may see this. This is why, even though it was annoying when people were saying the red pill, I understood that there may be reasons why people weren't pointing out channels, but I definitely were curious as to what those were. I'm not asking that. What I'm saying is, when you look at the Black manosphere as far as 1.0, 2.0, and then 3.0, and then that's when the Average at Best thing happened. I come from more 2.0 as far as me being a content creator. And 1.0, we separate that by like historical points. Like some of the original guys that were in here, like maybe between 2008 to 11, you can say like Tommy is like the biggest dude to come out of 1.0. Tommy and Jason Black are like some of the bigger dudes to come out of 1.0. Give you an example. You know, and then O'Shea, Angry Man, Obsidian, they all come, BGS as well. They all come out at 2.0. So that's what folks kind of see. And you talked to BGS on the thing too. Is what you're seeing is, because of a lot of stuff that happened, you've had channels that have been shut down, they've been attacked, they've been destroyed by women, by YouTube just not liking what we had to say and how raw it was. That didn't do it, women. You know, it wasn't as much money that could be made either. Because when Kevin first came into this space, he was only at like 40,000, because he was doing his own thing with the image and the perfume stuff, or the cologne stuff. Because I actually subscribed to him for the cologne stuff. My point is, as somebody that's more newer to it, and then you're in a group that has that, and then you've had the guests that you have on, some of them I'm cool with. The recent ones I'm cool with. Yanni Red and them, I could do it out, but I get it. Sure. Folks are not understanding like that. You all are gonna come at this from like you all are going to see stuff as y'all see it in real time. And so with us, we've been here for a long time, and we're seeing some of the cycles, you know, it's like that disconnect. So what do you, you see what I'm saying? So
that's different though. Dang, I can't do this with you. Man, I need to send you my map so we can have that conversation behind the scenes, because you know, when you start breaking down, you know, 1.0, 2.0, and then you're like 3.0, it's almost like when I listen to you break it down that way, and you're like, okay, well, let me make sure I understand your question or what you're getting at. Just go ahead and rephrase that for me and let me respond, because I am intrigued by what you're saying right now.
So my question is, you know, because when you hear the red pill, and especially associated with black men, that's generally coming from the black manosphere. You know, so I guess what has been your experience as far as how people are commentating? Because I mean, I get you may not care, but you still may see common themes as far as what dudes are saying about how you comport yourself on the Lapeep network or whatever. And I'm just getting your general thoughts on that. Is really what I'm
okay, that's different. That's different. But I do want to link with you behind the scenes because I do want to understand the history of the space that I'm in because I didn't realize. I did realize and I didn't realize the impact. And let me say what let me confirm what I mean by that. When I go in the city now, brother Edward, when I go into the city, like if I go to Pier 31, bro, I'm there with my girl. I'm chilling. I know the owners. We kicking it. And then I have a random person. Oh, Chicago Rilla. You know, so anybody that runs up on me in the city and they're like Chicago Rilla, I know it's from a couple of places, either from Atlanta or it's from Lapeef Network. So I'm kind of on guard, but when that stuff starts happening and it's happening more frequent, I'm kind of like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't trust these motherfuckers, so that's why I don't show my face and stuff. Like
Yeah,
I know you're in a
I don't
different
trip with it.
thing, but yeah, because go ahead.
I
Like
don't trip
straight
with it,
up,
bro.
there's certain content creators, like big content creators, they're
Yeah.
not like 10 miles away from me. You'd be surprised. And you in Chicago, so it's a whole bunch of Chicago. Go ahead.
It is. I do. I'm linking with a few of them. I'm linking with a few of them. And man, when you come back to the crib, bro, at any point in time, man, we gotta link, bro. We gotta link. But because the city is different now. And I'm excited. I'm excited for the future. However, my journey, yo, bro, if I look from February, I'm gonna just be 100 with you, bro. Like I come from a different era. Um, I come from a different era where it was cool. You know, the professional love for your lady. And when you talk about simping
So you
versus
talk about the 90s.
correct. And when you talk about simping versus see one thing, you know, so my uncle, like I got an uncle who's a Mac. And one thing that he taught me is that conversation rule the nation. And I made a situation in Atlanta work for me where I went down there with no family, a couple of homeboys. I lived in Atlanta for 20 years off my mouthpiece, being raised in Chicago on the South Side. And I'm talking about as a Neutron L7, right? Super square. And I did what I had to do. And you know, I guess somebody, if I ever really told my full story, some people could look at parts of that and say, well, fam, you was simping. And then I would, you know, it's some of the nuances in this language I get lost in. But I can tell you from February of this year to what is today, the 26th, the 27th, 27th. Yeah, I could tell you that right now, like I have a passion for young men and teaching them you know, like the errors of my ways, similar to what the OGs tried to do for me. But more importantly, what I see happening and the insight that I have and being in this space, I'm gonna tell you, I see more clearly now recently some of this modern woman behavior and people that say, you know, hey, I'm not a feminist, but you don't even realize you're echoing.
Oh, don't even get me started with that because I'm in the Facebook group.
Wait. I don't even know what I
do
but
talk
you know
to
my government then.
I do talk to the main players in that feminist thing, and I just asked a simple question. So give me an example of a feminist. just so, and this is after having a conversation. This is after me answering questions that I was asked. So I said, just so I can gauge, and I said it. I said, just so I can gauge, you know, where you are with what a feminist is. The answer that I get, well, I don't deal with that white woman shit. I'm like,
oh man, you took the words out of my mouth.
I'm done. Okay. You're good. I'm not trying to get kicked out of the group, so you're
no,
good.
But you know what's crazy?
God bless is what I said.
I knew that's what you like, because I was about to say this. I was about to say the same thing, is that they identify it as something white woman, but then you echo the same thing that the white woman. Anyway, man.
So yeah. I will say that if I had to communicate one thing to you and be very quick, because I know people like think I'm not quick to the point. Is blood. If people would say, what is the Black manosphere about? The Black manosphere is about Black men being ruthless about doing what's in their self-interest, and I mean Black men individually. That's really, if there's one thing that, in my opinion, I think we could communicate to other Black men, it is that, yeah, be honorable, but you have to understand, you have to put what's in your best interest first, and that's not just about women. That's about dealing with white America, all of that. But
let's unpack that really quick. I want to pause you real quick, and I want to unpack that because one of the things that we were talking about Thursday that really kind of had me on 10. When Anton started talking about his family, wealth, and legacy, right? And so when you say the Black manosphere is about do for self, so you have this SYSBM, right? Save yourself, Black man.
SYSBM is like a red pill solution. Me on I'm for SYSBM, but I'm the one to introduce intercultural dating into the lexicon. Do you know what that is? That's dating Black people.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's dating Black people of other cultures. Yeah, to augment your options with African American women.
Because you think about Caribbean culture, you think about Nigerian culture, or maybe I could dig that.
And you don't have to necessarily leave the United States to do that, although it's associated.
I agree with that.
Yep,
I agree with that. But here's the thing, though. As we're unpacking this, though, because one thing. It was a couple things like kind of threw me on 10 on the show. Gosh, now I'm losing.
I saw a clip about, he was saying, "Fuck your son. I'm not gonna let my daughter deal with some asshole," or something like that. I saw some of that.
Yeah, but you have to see that type of stuff in context, because what he was talking about was he was really talking about grooming his daughter and also vetting the husband that she would marry. And what I can't understand, that's what it was. When you was talking about the manosphere being, about the Black man, right? And in a sense, you do have to be selfish to be selfless. Then what part of legacy plays into that is what I was going to ask you.
So, for the guys, because remember, Kevin does come from a Black man, so there's guys that are currently married. I mean, shout out to Roger as far as Kevin in the Habitual Line Steppers. He's married. We got a lot of dudes that are married. When you look at legacy,
4 out of 5 of us are married.
Okay, so when you look, so there are Black men in our space that are married. I say that as far as the lineage piece and the legacy piece. So really, what it comes down to, as far as legacy, is, now I define legacy as a couple of things. I define legacy as like impact. So if you're the type of person, you make your money, you have you create like a fund or something like that, although that's not what the average person is going to do. If you're the type of person where you got a godson, or you got people within your family, maybe you don't have kids but you have nieces and nephews, but when it comes to who you select, your legacy will be severely impacted by who you choose to have kids with. And one of the biggest issues amongst Black men is Black men are really, they're like pieces of paper in the wind when it comes to childbirth. We know what the laws are. We know how the laws operate. And so you have to, the thing that I preach is to separate who you're having sex with who you want to have kids by. Like, seriously, and don't be having these oops babies, because once you let that bullet out of the chamber, that's the end of the day for that. And this is why when I hear dudes saying, I said it on this channel today, they were sitting there saying, most Black women, like 99% of Black women are bad, or at least not feminine. Well, I'll say, well, why are you having sex with Black women at all? Because all you're doing is putting yourself in a position. But we preach your legacy is what you define it as. So if you date SYSBM, that's what you choose to do. Your grandkids are not going to look like you, but some dudes define legacy as culture more than lineage. So it is different as far as, yes. Oh no, SYSBM preaches that culture supersedes lineage. So that I want my grandkids to look like me, that shit doesn't move them. And that's why I said, because my personal opinion is black. If you show black men, black women they're feminine, fit, and friendly, we'll say that is Kevin Samuels' terminology, then black men will choose that more than they don't. The statistics prove that. But if you put black men in a box where other women are competing for them, and then a bitch can't even smile for you, well, then the dudes that have options are most likely going to take those options. And you definitely see that with disease. So if you're talking to the younger guys, you got to show them an example.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
It
intercultural
scares me,
dating.
bro. You're right.
Yeah, so intercultural dating, I'm gonna get you, Roger. Intercultural dating has them thinking in a different way. It says it's not the black, because all they see is their mama acting up, and then the women they grew up with acting up. They don't ever think it's the software. They think it's the hardware. And I say it might be the software, and this is what you need to start looking. Because there's African clubs and shit. The people don't know that. There's African churches. And I'm not saying that these other groups are better. Because trust me, these 980s, look, that grapevine is full of 980s bitches. So let me be clear. There are, and I've on this space, I've dragged Latin chicks for talking shit about black women straight up. Roger can attest to that. You know, dragging by their damn hair verbally. But the more options you have, the greater power you have. The greatest power a man has is the power of choice. What black men have done is basically giving up their power of choice under this guise of black love, and black women act like that shit don't mean shit. But hold on one second, I want to get Roger in here, and then
And I think the thing is, men don't think about it in the context of, number one, your legacy is not old to include a black woman. That's not something old. Now, I'm a person that does believe it'll be a great thing for black men and black women to get together, but black men don't owe black women a legacy. If black women want to have a legacy with a black man, she needs to qualify for it at the end of the day, period. And if she can't get what she wants, tough. You're in a society. We talking about people who live in America. You live in a society where you can work to the day you die, and black women gonna have to be okay with that if they don't want to deal with what comes along with men's leadership. At the end of the day, we done had too many years where women have been told and men been telling it wrong too. They keep saying, yo, men are supposed to be protectors and providers. Men are supposed to be leaders, protectors, and providers. Whoever you lead gets your protection and your provision. Those who do not follow your leadership get left in the cold. Anything you do for those who are not under your leadership is charity. And men need to understand what charity is. Black men don't have an understanding of where they owe somebody and where their charity is at the end of the day. And when it comes to women, women's supposed to supply three things. Every man wants three things from women: loyalty, good character, good company. Period. If those three things, if any one of them three things is missing, that woman is basically useless outside of being a hoe. And that's it. And if women can't step up to the plate of a bunch of free stuff, because being loyal, having good character, and being of good company doesn't cost a dime. Period.
Can I go after Roger?
Sure.
It don't cost a dime. Men haven't been taught to stand on this because a lot of women have done things to get the fathers outside the home, so the fathers cannot influence their sons, especially. And at the end of the day, a lot of men, we're socialized to be afraid of black women, and we don't drop truth. That's why I was saying earlier, if you a 30-year-old woman and you ain't married yet, you a loser at the end of the day. There's no way to calculate you being a winner of any kind if you've made it to 30 and ain't no man accepted you as a wife. You're an absolute loser at that point. Period. And when it when the dust settles at the end of the day, we are going to measure women based on their mates. The men that they're with gonna have a lot to do with how we view them, and that's not about to change in the next 100,000 years. It just is what it is at the end of the day. And if people don't like that, the option is go get you a job, go start you a business, provide for yourself to the day you die. And that's just the way it works. You ain't got to like it for it to be true.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, the legacy question is a great question, because I think that what the black manosphere is able to do in terms of legacy, both both your progeny and the cultural legacy, is we're able to wrangle it. We're able to wrangle away what our previous legacy away from black women. So in order to have a legacy, you have to have purpose. You know, you have to have intent. You know, you have to set forth, you know, okay, this is what I want my progeny to be known for. But here's the thing: we can't necessarily get into that conversation about where we're going, because we haven't really fully vested where we've been. That's just like Courtney, when she wanted to attack the Arab chick. You know what I'm saying? Talking about, you know, she doing this for the black culture, you know, for black people. No, you're not attacking this lady for us. You're doing that because you want to demonize every other race of female.
Whoa,
So
whoa,
you as a black
wait. I'm
woman,
sorry. Just with all due respect, I, you know, Courtney, my sister, I love her. Can I ask you this? Have you talked to Courtney specifically
about that?
Yeah.
Well, you could see it. You could see that she was going on a lone attack against this woman.
I will say this. I have, like, she came on Pablo stuff. I had a personal Q&A with her. It didn't go as long as I wanted because Trey started wilding out. But it really because I had a conversation with her with this intercultural concept that I was talking about. And this kind of intersects with it. And then she, cause I mean, we got the video on Pablo's thing, and she was saying, when I was asking her questions, she was saying how, well, you know, they don't care about us as much as black women do. And then I was asking her, well, show me. I didn't get an answer. And to be fair, I didn't get an answer because one of the dudes intercepted it because they just couldn't handle it anymore. I asked, you know, so show me an example of this black love and this black loyalty that black women have shown black men, like in the last, and we never got to. Now, that to be fair, she had some time to answer it, but it didn't get answered.
All right, let me say this real quick, brother Ed. So, because I don't see the chat yet, so I don't want the chat going up like I'm trying to white knight for Courtney. I'm telling you, behind the scenes, I've talked to her personally. I've admonished her on her approach. And I think as men, that's probably what we have, you know, a challenge with. But I also understand her position in terms of the problems that she had with Amira being on. Now, me personally, I don't have a problem with Amira being on, nor do I have a problem with if JR wants to bring Ahmed, Abdul, or Brad, or Patrick, or, you know what I'm saying? I don't care who they bring on. I just want to have the conversation so that we can come to a place of understanding. But what I understand about Courtney also, that I know that she's admitted to publicly on YouTube, so it ain't no secret, is that somebody called, I think Jessica X called her out on, you know, maybe there was a little bit of jealousy, like she was coming to take her spot. I get that. I chalk that up to females being females. But I want to be careful, because one of the things that I do know is Courtney is 1000% pro-black and puts her money up to make sure.
Okay. Can I go after you? Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Well, and time out. And I want to say this too, because this is another thing to understand about the manosphere too. There's a reason why I compare it to Greece, and there's a whole bunch of city-states: Athens, Sparta, Carthage. But you got to understand that the manosphere leans more right wing. I don't want to say right wing; it leans more conservative. So what you also have is, you know, as somebody that, you know, I'm what you call economic pro-black. You know, so when you look at it, you got people that they don't care. The pro-black stuff is really not going to override the femininity thing. And then you got to understand the SYSBM element to it. Because once I went to Amira's, and number one, what we're not going to do is I'm going to let you have this, Ian, but we're not going to make this about, we're going to go through all the people at Lapeef Network.
Correct.
And then start. There's a reason. And I'm going to let you have it, but there's a reason why I'm actually letting you have it with Courtney, because Courtney is actually kind of representative of a lot of the angst, like the archetype, whether that's Chantel Simone, whether that's Jessica X. Because trust me, Courtney ain't be mentioned in space like that. Like, it's Jessica X that usually motherfuckers really talk shit about. But when I went to Amira's,
I gotta talk with you behind the scenes, bro.
Are you serious? Nigga, yes, you don't like no, I'm talking about with the Jessica X shit.
I don't even follow her like that, fam. I'm I'm gonna put whoever gets my number, but I'm gonna put my number in the private chat.
Well, yeah, so yeah, and I'll say this too. When I went to Ramirez, when I heard that the first time I heard it, I said, look, you know, and I said, but let me check this channel out, you know, because even though Amira knows how to be quiet, you know, and I know. I know she knows when, and you know, I said I know how to deal with that. You know, look into this. So let me look at her channel, see what her channel's about. Once I saw her channel, I said, okay, I already know. And this told me actually a lot about Anton if Anton brought her on, because okay, yeah, he must be one of these real strong conservatives. He's just not wearing it on his sleeve unless the conversation like presents itself to do so. Because a lot of people, hold on, a lot of people don't know Anthony Brian Logan was in our space when O'Shea was like lower before Anthony Brian Logan blew up. I've been on panels a couple of times with Brandon Tatum. So when I saw that these are people that she was like on the channel looking up to on the channel or admiring what they were saying, and I'm not saying they're bad people, but we know what that space is. That I don't want to call it white. My point is I can understand why Courtney, she felt like she was so right in what her approach was in that situation.
Okay,
yeah. And then hold on. The last thing I'm gonna say, Ian, is you got a lot of people that doesn't even matter. None of that I just said is relevant.
I didn't really want to go that way.
I know we're not gonna go that way. I just want to let you know a lot of dudes that doesn't even register to them as far as that don't even like what he just said. It don't matter. What it matters is how they saw how she was acting towards her and why. Yeah. And they're approaching that from the femininity standpoint as far as being threatened by that. Now go ahead, Ian.
Yeah. So, but here, what I'm trying to flesh out, like you are absolutely correct. But I don't want to go that way. Not because that's wrong. It's because what happens is that way is a wide discussion. But I'm trying to pinpoint something here. So when he says she's pro-black, that's my whole point. Well, that's just like what's the guy
Then we got to define what pro-black means. But go ahead.
That's what. But so who's the guy who is the voice for Darth Vader? That's James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones.
So James Earl Jones, right, was in an interview, and he said that black women have always been more pro-black than black men, right? But here's what I'm saying. Anytime you have a black woman who's more pro-black than black men, what I'm saying is what they're doing is not based on legacy. Because understand that what I'm saying when I say legacy, meaning that black women have assumed, right, that their plight in America is the same as black men, and it's not, and it's never been. It's never been the same. Their contribution, right? They haven't fought in the wars. We're talking about economically. We're talking about scientifically. We're talking about manual labor. You know, we're talking about skilled labor. What I'm saying is the black man is quintessential American. And what I'm saying is black women are pro-black because they want to try to eat into the swag of black men. You understand what I'm saying?
And I get that, but my thing is we originally started with you talking about Courtney and Amira. And then it becomes
hold on, Ed. Hold on. Yeah, so Ed, so that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's no way, if you're really pro-black in an authentic capacity, there's no way that a female from another culture can threaten, right, our legacy. So what I'm saying is it already tells me that she's disingenuous.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That sounds like you're trying to.
Wait a minute. Hey,
but let me finish.
Jess,
I'm gonna let you finish. But what we're not gonna do, because it's like you really want it.
No, but don't let it sound
like you getting loud. You really want it.
Jess, let me interject, please. Let me interject real quick, please. Jess, can I have one interjection, please?
Let them finish, because I don't want these niggas in my comments talking about you didn't let them finish because you protecting that shit. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You see, I get it too. Go ahead.
Oh, listen. No, what I'm saying is, so here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's disingenuous because we understand that as men build civilizations. Where you're talking about the white, the black, any civilization is built by men. So what I'm saying is the idea that women challenging women somehow is going to put a dent, either positively or negatively into the culture, the cultural legacy that we built up is no. There's no way. Two women fighting each other over legacy is meaningless because they are not the ones who have built the legacy. It's men of every race and culture who have built the legacy. So what I'm saying, when a woman takes it upon herself to be the superhero in a situation where she is only a tag along. You know what I'm saying? If you could say, where you're talking about white women or whoever you want to say, it's the men. The men are the quintessential representation of that culture, of that nation. So what I'm saying, when women want to go ahead, what they're essentially saying is that the man really hasn't made the contribution that he's really made. So that's just like you go from BLM, you go from black, the black LGBT, talking about we're the new black. What I'm saying is, until black men have wrestled our legacy away from women, from LGBT and all this other stuff, what I'm saying is we're not going to be able to project a legacy into the future. You understand what I'm saying? So it's important.
No, I don't.
It's important.
I gotta
No,
be
but
real
but
with you.
listen,
I
but
got
but
an
James,
imagination.
I
don't either,
understand.
bro.
I get where he is, and that's why I tried to
Now,
interject.
listen,
Because I'm gonna say,
let me say
number
this. Let
one,
me say this. Let me say
let him
this.
go. Let him go.
Really quick, just real quick. Let me ask you, gentlemen, this. In a space where you have two women talking about issues concerning blacks, you guys mean to tell me you wouldn't want the black woman speaking on non-black issues, advocating on behalf of black people and black men in particular?
But they're not, though. But they're not.
But
See,
yeah,
I'm
so
just
here,
trying to
I'm
interject
talking
before we get out,
all right,
out of hand.
time out. Because see, the problem is Ian stuff is Ian is taking this shit out of the fucking solar system where there's no stars. That's the issue. And so now you asking questions about that pulls us further into that, and that's not really representative of a lot of stuff on my channel as far as like how I see
Go
it.
ahead, bro.
But go ahead, Roger, because Roger says I'm gonna let Roger, because he talked about he could decipher what the fuck he was saying, and it's rare that I get stumped.
I'm gonna say at the end of the day, number one, it is unfair to Chicago Rilla to ask him to be defensive of Courtney and what she was saying and what her action. Courtney can defend herself; she grown. Number two, you can't spread this to every, I'm saying, every other contact just from what she did. She her own person. Let her be her own person, and if she pro-black, we'll see it. It's just that simple. People gonna have their perceptions of what they see. If she pro-black, we'll see it.
That's a fact.
And she can defend herself. Let her handle that. Don't ask Chicago really to defend her.
No. I'm not asking
Ian,
him to
you
defend
gotta
that.
stop.
No,
like Ian, you gotta, because we get it. Like we know you in the camp.
I wasn't going at Chicago Rilla. I wasn't doing
I
that.
know you
That's
We
wasn't.
know you're not going at him.
I mean, damn, it's like, yeah, like he know you ain't going at him. That's why he didn't respond that way. So but I will say this, because on this platform, I also, because the thing about it is, here's the thing with Amira, y'all looking at it, oh, she's feminine. And here's the thing about dudes. I know y'all, a lot of dudes have never seen what femininity looks like in a black woman, whatever. And that ain't saying y'all ain't getting women. We're all in the West. We get it. And if and if we're all, if you in some of these urban cities, it don't matter what race, we get it. And then you gotta remember where Amira is out of. Here's the thing though. The problem is the way Courtney approached that, and part of it probably had something to do with maybe potentially replacing all of that shit, because and since then we've seen people get rotated in, rotated out. That's just how they do stuff. And then some people get their own channel. Like we see all that, so whatever. That's inside. Some of that is inside baseball. But as far as Amira herself, because I listened to some of the stuff that Courtney was talking about as far as what Amira said. I went back and heard it. And the thing about it is, a lot of the problem with Amira, is Amira does not Amira is talking about stuff she don't 100% understand, because the cultures are diametrically opposed. Now, I don't like when black women try to use that culture word as a way to try to keep the sexually politic, to keep black dick in the community.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, Ian, but you're going all around the world. But the thing about it is, y'all will sit there and run to Amira, under her bosom. Like the reality is, Amira, because at the end of Amira, look, I'm gonna say this, and no, I have not talked to Amira directly. I'll say that straight up, just to be fair, because I have talked to Courtney directly, at least on a panel. Amira is, and I would love to get Amira on a Q&A. Amira is the type of chick that she will listen to them white motherfuckers about us, when a lot of them white motherfuckers don't even understand black people like that. Like, they don't even understand the black community as a gynocracy.
No, you're right. You're right.
Under white supremacy. So I've heard enough stuff that she said on her channel that lets me know. I'm not saying she's a bad person, but she does, like, for instance, she's Lebanese. I got mad respect for Lebanese. Shout out to Marcus Lemonis, owner of Camping World, one of my favorite shows, The Prophet. Shout out to fucking Steve Jobs, who have Lebanese. My thing though is how Lebanon operates, especially because Lebanon is surrounded by Syria with all the shit that goes down in Syria, and they're a smaller country. They gotta be really intact a lot more versus we are a client race in the American empire. When I say a client race, meaning that means is the mirror can't run to another race to try to regulate their men. Black women have had the ability to. And see, the issue, this is where I get what you're saying. When black women talk about they're pro-black, they a lot of times want to keep these benefits at the same time. It's a way of mommying you. They want to keep they don't want to release control. And you saw that in April Mason and the shit she was talking about. And she's supposed to be teaching these bitches how to be feminine. And hold on, and here's another thing that I will say Courtney says is very problematic. When women come at this, I haven't been taught shit, and TJ has said the same thing. I don't really want to hear that. Because what it says is I didn't know, when I know it wasn't always this bad. Like Chicago Rilla says, he came up in the 90s and all of that. Well, in the 90s, the stepfather program was a lot more activated because black women understood when the fuck they were winning to let the shit be on cruise control. That was called letting a man be a man. This is where we had contracts to where, like, I grew up with everybody I know had stepfathers, with the exception of maybe a couple of white people, a couple of black people, and we knew you call the nigga that they living with by his first name, and they called their dad by their dad because they knew their dad and they went with the summer. I'm talking about women that are married now to a black man. These niggas are not necessarily, they're military, blue collar, solid dudes, and these are women that were some of the most attractive in the school. So they and they got married early, like 23, 24, 25. So my point is, somewhere along the way, that game, it wasn't passed down. It was that women didn't give a fuck. Women didn't respect it. Women thought the stepfatherhood was just something that was just there. And so as dudes saw the disrespect that started happening, dudes were like, they not doing that. And now what you see with disease, because the millennials of the last generation is really gonna have a real conversation with black women. Right, I'm gonna let y'all talk in a second. Disease are not even looking at black women like that because they don't have that same kind of they weren't brought up with the same kind of guilt, because the same white supremacy that they talk about has also socialized the younger generations to intermix. So now the shit that black women were able to take advantage of, the younger generations can't. And the other black women, because they talk about what they ain't taught. Well, how the fuck you gonna tell these younger chicks how to change when you sit here 35, north of 35, talking about what you ain't been taught? Why is that important? Because April's main demographic is like 35 to 43. She's 46 talking that color purple shit. Go ahead, Chicago Rilla, and then I'll get you, Roger. Whatever you want to think on what I just said or whatever. Yeah.
No, you Gucci. I'm participating.
Oh yeah, he is half Syrian too. Roger, you got anything to say?
Yeah, well, I think number one, we got to start changing the language, y'all. Stop helping black women with the lies, okay? Stop helping them with the lies. Stop talking about pro-blacks when you're talking about white supremacists, White supremacy has taught black women to hold black men back in every shape, way, and form that they can,
including the
through
black boys.
moral, immoral means, whatever the case is, police measures, family court, of a fake lawsuits, whatever the case is. They white supremacists. You cannot be a pro-black and not be pro-black man. So if she's pro-black women and not even pro-black men, she ain't pro-black. She white supremacist. It's the same thing. So first of all, call them what they are. Second of all, we got to stop with this concept that we have to wrestle our legacy away from them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this to attack you, Jason, but my legacy ain't with them. That's a different group of people. We are where we are because too many black men let white supremacists run damage on whatever it is that they're trying to do. And no, I call it kicking over your sandcastle. As soon as you build something, the black women want to come over there and kick over your sandcastle. Start identifying them for who they are. They're white supremacists at the end of the day. If you're pro-black woman, you're a white supremacist. Period. You can if you are pro, you have to be pro-black man, woman, child in order to be pro-black. If you're pro-black woman, you are a white supremacist. That's where your playbook came from. You run the same plays, you do the same things as best you can to emulate white supremacy on black men. I can't even say black women look through the eyes of regular white men. No, it's not regular white men. It's white supremacists. So call it what it is at the end of the day, and let's act accordingly.
Well, wait, let me just, brother Ed, let me respond to this real quick. That was brother Roger, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me be clear. Are you referencing the fact that I said Courtney is pro-black?
He's talking about women in general.
Okay, no, that's fair. I just wanted a baseline just to understand.
No. The only thing I said about Courtney being pro-black, if she's pro-black, we will see it.
We will see. I agree with you.
If she's pro-black, and my thing is,
time will
if
tell.
you listen to it,
I agree with you.
Yeah. So
yeah, I agree with you. I just wanted to be clear. I'm sorry, and I hope that didn't come across as like disrespectful.
No, Roger.
No.
I was just asking just to be clear. That's all. Thank you, brother.
Roger's been called the wrong report, and Roger's been accused of giving women a little bit too much leeway. So Roger understands. I mean, you have Roger. They be like, man,
now here's the flip side. What I want to ask, brother Roger, because man, and maybe in this space, maybe this is the time. Maybe I'm gonna learn something new. But when I'm concerned when we say, F these black women, these American black women, leave them here and leave them to fend for themselves or whatever, and that's fine. But then, the other side of that is when you talk about SYSBM and MGTOW and all that other stuff, the conversation steers to not necessarily even Afro-Latina. It's more aligned with what Europeans would consider attractive for the Latinos.
SYSBM is not don't deal with black women, but SYSBM's main edict is you will not use being pro-black, any of the black guilt shit, or any of the black culture as a mechanism of saying why I should date
black
the
women.
best woman. The best woman is gonna win. Period.
Well, here's the deal, though.
That's what they say.
And this is where I kind of man, please, y'all send in the Cash App. Send in the Cash App, support this brother, support the work that he's doing. Make sure those likes look like the views. I cannot see I can't see my legacy tied to anything else other than a black woman. Listen, wait. Let me finish this thought real quick. Thank you for grace. Let me just finish this thought. I would never front on a man who chooses his legacy and how he's going to write that story out. But nor would I encourage, because I don't see any other race promoting that message to their men.
Okay, I get where you're coming from, but Chicago Red Sea, number one, I'm not SYSBM. I'm actually pro-black.
I'm not assuming that you are either, Roger. Thank you, brother.
Okay. And number two, at the end of the day, you have to be realistic about black people. Black people basically grow up together. Black women have had access to black men since they were black girls with access to black boys. At the end of the day, black women must show themselves worthy for a man to spend his money on and spend his life on. Because a man has to spend when it comes to women. You're gonna put your time, your effort, your energy into women, and you got to pay for stuff at the end of the day. Society is not gonna look for her to take care of you when it all gets said and done. You got to take care of her. That being the truth, you get what you want to pay for. Period. And if a woman cannot establish herself as being worthy of paying for, by the time she is 18 years old, she has failed. And now that she has more control over her life at 18 years old, see, now you're an adult. You can't blame it on mama no more. You can't blame it on daddy no more. You got room to start doing stuff. You got room to start looking into other things. There are people who are raised Christian and have decided to become Muslims. There's Muslims who decided to become Buddhists. There's people who changed their whole worldview once they became an adult. If they want to change their worldview, they can. So therefore, if you hadn't fixed yourself as a woman and no black man wants to deal with you, it's your fault and your fault alone. Get it together. That's why we need to
I can't
promote.
subscribe to that. Respectfully, I can't subscribe to that. And brother Edward, let me ask you this, man.
I want to answer the question that you ask Roger.
Well, I just want to ask you this really quick. You subscribe to ADOS. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, and I have stated on this channel, if I have a child, it will be with a black woman.
Yeah,
I've said that many times. Go ahead.
But my other thing is, you have also stated that the problem of the African in America, the African American, the ADOS, is uniquely African American. Yes.
Yeah, we have our own problems. We have
and we need a unique solution. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So no, absolutely. I mean, the thing about it is my job here is to provide options, and then you pick. Now, I may have certain recommendations on what options you choose. Like, it always comes back to so let me start here. One thing that black men need to understand is they need to understand the difference between sexual access and legacy. So in the black community, you're taught that sexual acts, who you have sex with is akin to who you want to have kids with. There is no daylight in between that. We are socialized to believe that. Perfect example, I can give you many examples. Michael Jordan, Robert Smith, even Phil from the Advice Show that was in this space earlier on. Now he's a more Pan-Africanist thing. What do all these guys have in common? They have black children with their first wife, and then they went and got remarried to a non-black woman. Now, Phil hasn't had a kid yet. Michael Jordan has one kid. Robert Smith has one kid. And so outside of that, and so what it is it seemed like to them, they don't even get separated. As guys, and Phil is in the YouTube, but like as far as the other people, they're seen as just as bad as somebody that just straight up just started dating out. Like, so when I say dating out, it's somebody that basically had like a Don Peoples, for example. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's a real estate tycoon that you can see that his kids don't even look black. They don't even look mixed.
I just brought his book actually.
Yeah, and I like Don Peoples, and Jason Black interviewed Don Peoples. So Don Peoples has done a lot of pro-black work. I mean receipts. And he hires people in his real estate stuff, and I mean contractors for big time real estate projects, not just small shit and say he did it. He tried to run to be the mayor of Washington. It wasn't gonna work because black women gonna support that, and a lot of black men gonna support that. But I think we made a good mayor. But whatever, I get why they made a decision. My point is, they're not that. They're not him. They got black kids that look black. They're continuing that lineage, and the women got paid out. And so that lineage is going to be passed down more that way, but they're still looked at as the same. They're looked at as the same because the way that it works is it's a sexual politicking tactic. So when people sit there and they talk about legacy, my job is to say, okay, look, these are your options. You got 20% of black women that operate within a realm of common sense. This is what I say. We're not even deducting it for looks and all of that. That potentially, you could deal with. You need to augment that choice with like non-ADOS black women. Not because you automatically not going to choose black women, but because it's just like anything. Kevin says this: if there's no competition, if there's no choice, there's going to be less value. And that's what it is. And black men are essentially, this is why black men are known to be the garbage men in the black community. We're dealing with stuff that we can't deal with. We're just accepting shit we shouldn't have to accept. So because there is no competition. You know, there really isn't. And you don't even have to make it between races. You can make it within the intercultural. And that doesn't even necessarily require for you to date out. Because if you look at who we talking about, 20% of black men make $50,000 or more. That's 20% of black men that are employed. So that we don't necessarily need a solution for every black man. You know, the numbers are there. And now if dudes want to make the decision to hop the fence, well, this is why I also say Chicago Gorilla. I say the black community, the pro-black community, has to look at this like an insurance program. An insurance program needs people to invest in the insurance program in order for it to be viable. And the program provides benefits, and people pay based on how they value the benefits. The problem is black people in the pro-black community in particular pretty much says black men should just be with black women no matter what they do. And the problem is the value of black women have degraded to the point where at this point you are replicating problems. You're not replicating solutions in the law of averages.
Agree with that.
Yeah, so my thing is, okay, what I would expect the pro-blacks to do, because they're Pan-Africanists, a lot of them, right? Now, some of them aren't with the ADOS thing. Shout out to Dynast, Search for a Huru. You know, and O'Shea's Pan-Africanist. I expect for you to say, okay, if black men are productive, here are the options. I would hope black women will eventually get off there, because I believe if black women aim at the right shit, they can win. Because I think black men, we require the least of them because we've been socialized to. And here's the problem. The problem with black men is because that bar is so low. You know what? Before I go that way, I'm going to say this. Here's the irony of how a lot of black women have raised their sons. A lot of it has to do with what you were saying. A lot of black women have raised their sons to basically not value. I'll ask you this question. This is not a gotcha question. Do you believe that black women have raised, and not just black women, but black people in general? But we know most of them are single mothers. Do you believe that black men today are raised to value legacy, to even understand what legacy is?
Absolutely not.
So here's where the bullshit comes in. The bullshit comes in where this comes to bite black women in the ass in particular. Because black men don't understand legacy, black men don't know the difference between a black womb and another womb. It both make you nut.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So the irony is, if black women were to raise, this is where Roger comes in. If black women were to raise their boys to understand what their position is supposed to be, I know they can't. But my point, they got brothers and stuff. They see all this niggas can't read. I get that, but what I'm saying is, because at the end of the day, black women chose the fathers for their kids.
I agree with you, brother Ed.
So I'm not saying blaming them for not, because I know black women can't raise boys to men. What I'm saying though is that bullshit where black women socialize black men to not understand legacy because that makes them more under their control. We can argue they didn't ever have an ability to do it, so they just did what women do. That is the main thing as to why black men can't tell the difference. They don't know the value of just a black woman.
No. They know the value.
Hold on,
here's the thing, brother. This is what we was talking about on the show Thursday. This what had me pissed with the ladies because they didn't get it. So that's why I'm saying they can't raise.
They don't want to get
it. Here's the thing. How many black boys raised by single mothers have their mother last name? They don't value the last name. Your legacy is tied to the name of your father.
You want to hear something?
Go for it.
I do. I have my grandmother's last name and my other two brothers.
Wait. No. Your father's last name or your grandmother?
I have my grandmother's.
Right.
Maternally.
My grandmother's last name.
Maternally.
I have my father's
and not paternally, maternally. So
I'm saying the same thing as you, brother.
Exactly. So
I'm saying the same thing as you.
And that's why I got so mad when Danica Marie, this is a side thing. This is why I got so mad when Danica Marie said that dumb shit on Obsidian shit. Because, you know, she was out here saying, well, if the dude don't stay with you for whatever reason, and you need to switch the name out. Now, me, I don't have a personal issue with that. Like as far as I don't blame my mom or anything, whatever. But my point is,
let me wait.
Well, what I'm saying is my thing is at the macro level, because I can always personally change my name if I want to, but the macro level, that's problem. Well, I get. Hold on, I'm gonna let you say what you say, but my point is that not getting shit. Because a lot of times they say they don't get it because it's like it forces you to go hard, and if you go hard, it makes you look like you being unruly. So, and that's why people be talking, you should try to come to the call in and show. I couldn't do that because I know how I am. And the thing about it is, if I understand it, I know you know, because it's like, okay, you either dumb or you really ain't, then you ain't getting it, because I can understand. And I get it. You work with them, I get you. It's like, it's a dance you got to do. And sometimes they know that, and it's like they do this little stuff, and whatever. People can say, "Oh, it drives views and all that too." That's a part of it too. But I know people be knowing more than what they say, and I don't care if it's them or if it's any of these women. They understand a lot more than what they try to act like, because when you get people like BGS or Kevin to pull it out of them, they start telling the truth.
That's a fact. Let me say this real quick, fam. And just to be clear for the chat too, because I do value these moments where I'm able to pull up. You know, and anybody that has seen me or know me, and I, you know, whatever, I wouldn't ask people to add their test for me, but you know, I don't do this for likes, clicks, views, money, or whatever. I do understand from following Lead Attorney how much money is in YouTube, but it's also why I haven't started my own channel yet, right? Because I do realize the platform that I'm on, and even pulling up into these spaces, it's an opportunity to have uncomfortable conversations and be able to at least spread some of this wisdom and some of this knowledge to these young bloods who I wish I had some of this, right? I wish I had some of this around this time. But let me say this about the name thing, because I'm the same as you, fam. I bear my grandmother on my maternal side. I bear that lineage, right? But let me tell you something. I reconnected with one of my cousins on my father's side, and I'm gonna give you something exclusive. Me and my moms, we had a whole falling out, because when I started talking to my cousin and he started talking to me about my Uncle Jack, you know, I was made to think that my father was a derelict and a drug addict and an in and out of jail. And all these other things.
Go ahead.
Right. Yo, and you know, I'm from the crib, fam, and my peoples grew up in the Taylor, you know. And so I was made to think my dad was all these bad things. And then when I talked to my cousin who has his own barbershop on the west side, you know, when I go in there and he shaped me up because I'm bald headed, he just shapes my face up and stuff like that. You know what he always say? Man, my dad taught me, my dad, and he got a whole barbershop and it's full. All the seats are full. And we always talking, and he like, yeah, my dad. And I'm like, man, Uncle Jack. And then, you know, the other thing, I don't know if you remember, but there was a thing where in the 70s, you know, it was black and proud, but there was a whole thing where people were giving their kids Swahili names in order to reconnect with Mother Africa, so on and so forth. And so I'm like, damn, I got denied. And you know my government, brother Ed, if you're in a Facebook group, you know my government. So I'm like, damn, I got denied being exposed to all of that because you was mad at my daddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And hey, that's why I'm trying to figure out what did I say that you could have possibly disagreed with me?
No.
Say that you wasn't
I didn't disagree. I was asking for clarity on court. I didn't disagree with what you
said. No, it was after that.
After that, you made a statement saying you can't jab with what I was saying. I'm trying to figure out what.
Oh man, I have to go back.
I don't know.
It's all right.
Yeah, it didn't have nothing to do with names and legacy though. I think I'll tell you what it was. I know exactly what it was, because in spite of all that, in spite of my mom misstep, listen. I'll play around with somebody outside of my somebody that looks like me, but I know at the end of the day, that black woman is gonna identify and cater to me and know me better than a Becky Marisol or a Sun Jung Kim.
You know, you can stop there. That was a misunderstanding, because I never once said that black men had to go to any other group of women. I said that a woman has to qualify herself for a man. Well, and if she's grown up in the black community, she's had access to these guys since they were children.
Yeah,
and if she cannot if she can't pull that off, something wrong with it at the end of the day.
But I think in the beginning of your opening statement, I think the course of the conversation, I'm sure the chat will correct me. You also were more or less either intimating, insinuating, or advocating that if the black woman can't get her sugar honey iced tea together, then brothers, you need to move on. And that's when I came in and said, what tends to happen is we have all these conversations about going to Brazil, going to Colombia. Let me throw this Molotov cocktail real quick, because when we talk about going to these other women, those are other women that other men have led and not only dominated, but trained, led, and taught them how to behave as women.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing that. I was talking about black women have a responsibility to be good enough for a black man to take her. Period. That's not saying anything about any other man, any other group of people, or anything. They have a
I stand corrected, brother.
responsibility
I don't.
to
Well, no,
get themselves together.
what's interesting is because like what he's saying is generally what I say. What he's saying he disagrees with is what he's saying is what I say. Here's my thing. At the end of the day, as a black man, I can provide you with options, but like at the end, if those options are not accepted, it depends on what you want to do. Let's start here. Let's start where we agree. Black men need to, one thing, like other groups, black men do need to start learning how to separate who they decide to deal with versus sexual access. The problem is when we're having these conversations with women, women are not talking about legacy because women don't think in legacy. They think in nesting. Well, women are talking, so this is where the sexual politicking comes in. This is why when I had that conversation, I don't mean to bring Courtney back into it, but when I had that conversation with her, with Pablo, when we was doing it, like I was asking her questions, she was answering, she was asking me questions, I was answering. It came back to, well, honestly, women shouldn't even be concerned with black men going somewhere else to get what they want. Because the truth is, if they were getting what they want where they were, it wouldn't be an issue. So all this thing where you shaming people, talking about, well, because she was saying something similar to what you were saying, really. Oh, well, they're not going to care about you. They're using you. They're doing that. And then I say, well, ask a as to what? Because if I'm comparing it to what I deal with black women here, or what we deal with here, all that stuff, if we know what that is for the most part. So the problem really is women don't, and to be fair, you've had men. It's been more black men, Jap, that has come at black men for traveling than women, to keep it all the way 100. So let's be clear about that. So now when you ask women, they'll say what they think, but as far the motherfuckers talk about motherfuckers trying to fuck little girls overseas. Like that's how crazy that shit got. And that was the dudes. So I want to be clear about this. Everything ain't always like gender shit. But my point is, those guys are making the decision to do what they want. As far as the lead shit, that really don't even matter because it's about value exchange. And as far as the experience, because O'Shea says that, as far as, well, a black woman can identify with me. My thing is, if that's important to you, I have no right to say that shouldn't be a deal breaker for you. But my thing is, we're all American too. So it's like, is that the same thing to keep you from, you can say that with going overseas. Can you say that with dealing with another race? And even still, it all comes back to, I don't want to have to compete. I don't want to have to improve. Now, if you a dude that you haven't elevated yourself, then, because here's the thing, this is what I tell black men. I tell black women this too. When black women start being on the black men ain't build shit, I don't even answer that because I already know what they on. I say, y'all need to date out. You need to date out because I'm tired of you thinking the grass is always greener. Go see what that white dude is like up front. And I'm serious. I'm not playing. When it comes to black men, I tell black men, have you ever dated other races? Why? Because I need to see if the problem is you. Because maybe you're not culturally compatible with black women for whatever reason, and it's not. But maybe you are a loser, and if that's reflected in a Latin woman, a white woman, then you know what your problem is. Your problem's not a black woman. Your problem is you. You're not going to understand that unless you actually deal with people. So you know how it is in Chicago, Puerto Ricans, Italians, whatever. The Italians are less easy to deal with than the Puerto Ricans. It just depends. I've dated an Italian chick from Chicago.
That's a fact.
So that's harder unless they kind of get away from the place of origin. They got to start lurking. You can't go to there. Puerto Rican shit is a little bit different. But my point is that dudes need to understand what's important to them and why. What they choose to do after the fact, I accept what they choose and that they'll grow into. I also say, don't be having kids, like really pay attention to you having kids. Because once you have a kid, you locked in. It's a difference between fucking other races of women. Like a dude by the name, I'll say this. I don't mean to put this spot up. Do you know who Search for Uhuru is? Chicago Gorilla.
Say it again.
You know who the channel Search for Uhuru is?
No. But are they in the chat? I think I see something in the chat.
No. Search for Uhuru is a channel. It's about 100,000. He's a guy that's very close to O'Shea, from the same area as O'Shea.
Okay.
He was a football star. And he's married to a black woman. He's actually, Nigeria. He has his like passport that say he's a prince or something like that. And anyway, long story short, he used to date nothing but white women. In fact, it got so bad is when black woman would come into a club that him and his football buddies was in, you know what he would say? It's getting dark in here. This is what he said. Now I'm gonna tell you something. When I first heard that a thought like that would never enter my mind. I don't give a fuck how much twerking, niggerishness a black woman's acting. That's not a thought that's gonna. And I'm a light skinned nigga. That's not a thought that's gonna enter in my mind. And I mean that. And I have a lot of thoughts. So I was like, God damn. Now he's in California. I'm like, God damn. But the point is, he changed, right? He found himself. He admitted it, and he said it wasn't something he was proud of. He grew into himself, and he's with a black woman. They're happy kids. He's living a black experience, very authentic. Dynas keeps it 100. He holds them 8 of those motherfuckers accountable. But at the same, he's what a Pan Africans really should be if they're gonna really.
I just looked up his channel now, man. I'm subscribing now.
Yeah, he's a good channel. And he's a good dude, and he was somebody he is pre-qualified, by the way. So he's the type of nigga these chicks wanted. So this ain't no because he hurt or nothing. My point to saying that is if you don't have kids, you have the opportunity to change whatever you want to do as you grow. But what we got to stop doing is we got to stop running game on these dudes to try to protect these females. And that's what a lot of these
I agree with that.
That's what these dudes, when they get real angry and you see the manosphere, kind of like the red meat really generate, some people will say, oh, you hate with, no, they feel like these women are running game. And then it's like dudes are allowing it to happen. Now, granted, how people choose to engage with that is up to them. Because everybody ain't gonna be on some I'ma slap your ass down verbally, or I'm gonna do what Kevin does, what Tommy does. Some people like the lead attorney, where they'll let you talk and pick and choose their battles. And that's where these dudes gotta start understanding that shit, but at the same time, that's where it's coming from. It's that these women are trying to preserve the ability to run game, and they play stupid as a mechanism to do that. And trust me, that has nothing to do with your show. We've seen that. We've had
So Ed,
anyway,
let me say
try to
this,
stay in the solar system, Ian.
It's all love, man.
No, listen. Come on, man. Come on now. Come on. All right.
No. I was saying, brother Ed. I think he was saying like they've dissected the show or whatever. I wasn't tripping on that. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
But that's why they do that. And then but yeah, go ahead. It's good engagement.
But see, the thing is, I don't come to what I'm saying just on a whim. All right. So when you talk about ADOS, right? You're talking about a situation. You're talking about, my brother got a felony. I've been beat up unconscious by the police. You know what I'm saying? I didn't necessarily live in the ghetto, but I understand the life. I understand what it means to be a black man. I used to call myself a born again. I called myself a born again black man, right? I was calling myself that, before I even got out of high school, because I understood and I had such a reverence for being a black man in America. You understand what I'm saying? So none of what I'm saying, especially when you're talking about the female, when I got out of the Navy.
Shout out to the lead attorney. Go ahead.
When I got out the Navy, I used to wear under my shirt a African female head as like a talisman, right? Because I always had. Yeah, no, I always had the highest.
That sounds like
reverence.
A gynocracy totem, but go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. I always had the highest reverence for black women. But what I'm saying is, over time and over relationships, I started to see the mindset and the mentality of these females. And we're not talking about females who just don't understand. We're talking about females who know. So fast forward to, we're talking about ADOS. I was a part of the building up of ADOS and the reparations movement. I was actually on the I've been on the radio. I taught at a local college here in a psychology class. I was telling them about reparations and ADOS and explaining. So I was going hard for reparations. So I'm in Atlanta. So long story short, the black females in the ADOS movement here in Atlanta.
That explains a lot.
All right.
Being in Atlanta.
They kicked me out because they had a problem with me shutting down all that feminist shit that they was talking about. And then to the point, right? I'm talking about I'm just shooting down the
This is
bullshit,
his
right?
villain's
I'm
origin
talking about
story.
online. Now these bitches. So we actually were meeting physically, right? This was before COVID. So these chicks started saying shit like, "I'm afraid Ian is gonna attack me physically because of my post against feminism." You understand what I'm saying?
You a
No,
black
I
man,
mean, yeah, and it makes sense why you were doing what you doing. I mean, I get it, man. I thought Chicago was bad. I saw black women in Chicago you had to watch. God damn, Atlanta, man, that's the fucking belly of the beast.
You got a
No,
lot
it
of
is. It
lot of
is.
Chicago folks go down there, but you got to watch it, man.
Well,
When
and
they do
I have given like Atlanta a little bit of leeway on that, but Atlanta, like that's gynocracy central right there, man. And when you look at so much shit that intersects there, go ahead.
Hey, and then the national leadership, right? So there was this chick named her name is Bookworm, something Bookworm,
That
right? So,
sound like
right.
a masculine. Go ahead.
So, so she's from the Caribbean, but she came into ADOS talking about feminism. She even went to Darity. Darity is like this this super, he's a economist or whatever, right? Darity and another guy, they were responsible for basically
All this
writing the
sounds like
playbook.
controlled opposition, but go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So we read a book called about white women owning 40% of slaves. There's a black woman who wrote a book called "We Were Her Property." So Yvette Carnell did a show about that, right? So after
The
the
same
show,
black woman with a white woman, but go ahead.
so after the show, right? This feminist Caribbean chick started talking about, oh, okay, now I can use this information to renegotiate, my leverage over white women. I said, we're not doing this so black women can renegotiate their relationship with white chicks. So I went at her. I'm like, we're trying to use this to get reparations, and bitch, you thinking about your little side hustle with white bitches and shit. So I went
mean,
at
this
her.
sounds like some Atlantic reality show. I get it, and so now I'm glad because it explains a lot. But the thing about because it's on. Here's the thing, man. Like this is why BGS kind of ain't in the. I mean, he's pro-black, but because that's what it is to be. Look, this is why I went. I listened to Jason Black, Professor Black Truth. I read a lot of the books, not as much as some. And I'm more on the economic side of Dr. Claude Anderson's side. So I'm like, why is this shit never working? And I quickly came to the conclusion it's because the problem is when I say we're not on the same team, I'm not saying fuck them bitches, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, man, it's almost like when you're dealing with an NBA team and motherfuckers are looking to be traded and they saying fuck everything.
Yeah.
We saw this happen with the Moynihan report, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. So but see, they ignored it, and here's the thing: a lot of the dudes ignored it. Then is because it's the trust. They wanted to trust that black women would do the right thing. They made a bet on that. Hold on, Ian. So I understand why they did that. But see, now the millennials have the benefit of dealing with what the boomers, and especially the Xers, and the results of that bullshit that they did, and see that they had to deal with. And so the Z's see that too, and the millennials are not lying to the Z's. And we're basically saying this is really your last fucking chance as far as the talking. And see, black women don't believe that. They really believe at the end of the day that pussy is magic and them niggas are gonna come back. And I'm like, these Z's ain't talking to y'all. Regardless, the manosphere is not responsible for what the Z's are doing. The Z's are doing that just off the strength of them interacting with you. When they find us, then they realize the history behind it. And then they like, God damn, I didn't even realize it was that bitch wasn't shit, and I got tired of her ass. I didn't realize it was this far back. But anyway, my point is, the reason why I talk about the gynocracy is not even just to talk about black women. It's to say we have this algorithm where people believe, black women really believe that they are the community. That the men are just this thing that's an act. And you heard, did you not fucking hear elite attorneys in this motherfucker. I saw the faces he was making. Did you not hear what April was saying? And Jason Black is a fucking pro-black. And I've heard Jason Black talk about status and shit like he would not agree with April in that. And he don't like us. So, but that shit he wouldn't agree on. That shit where we are byproduct. They're the star. We're the planets. Hell, we're comets. We're not even planets. We come around when the fuck they want us. Hold on. So my point is the problem. And this is what Obsidian tries to talk about, which is why he would even why he would be cool with talking to Courtney, because he's talked to women that knowingly don't like black men. So Courtney is not knowing that radar like that. But the point is, what Obsidian's trying to communicate is black men and black women don't get along. Now, he goes into some of the whys at the surface level. He knows the deeper stuff. But if black women do not understand we're in this together, because black men want black women more than black women want black men, then eventually black men they're not going to have no choice. And this is what Kevin was talking about when Kevin said, so you just not going to have kids? Because if you can't have it with a black woman, they own what they own, that's it? Your legacy's dead because what the fuck they talking about? And the last thing I'm going to say, too, is, when Kevin, think about it, Chicago Rilla, this is Kevin. This is the dude that's 1.some million. So he gets the most views of everybody. He said he had to tell these black men called in, and you heard it. They were saying some of the similar things you were saying, in different ways. And they weren't all just young, some were older. Oh, what am I gonna do? Da, 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 da. Not like how you were saying it, but they made the argument about I need somebody to identify me, which is probably one of the most legit shit of all of them was saying that. The rest of them, you could tell they honestly did not know what to do. They didn't even they just didn't know. It like their brains couldn't even go past that. That is fucking brainwashing right there. And Kevin had to stop the show and say, you matter. And I know that's not how you coming in with it, because you're coming from an older end. I'm talking about the younger people.
Definitely.
They
I know.
in.
Let me say this.
Something different, which is different.
I'll jump in after you.
I'll pipe down. I promise after this.
Well, I mean, Ian, you telling these short stories, man. It's like nigga, we know they fucked you. Atlanta ain't shit.
But listen. But
let me say this real quick, brother Ian. Let me say this real quick.
Okay.
I apologize, but please let me say this on the heels of what brother Ed is saying. So I'm a father, right? And one thing about me, let me say this. I was specifically saying I wouldn't promote a message of men marrying. And I understood exactly what Kevin Samuels is saying. I also understand because I have sons, right? I got a son that's this is the first time I'm revealing it on this show. You getting some tonight.
I thought you were gonna say you ain't got nothing but daughters, because on this channel we got a running joke, but go ahead.
No. Oh man, I gotta peep some of your older content then. No, I have sons, and what I do know about my sons is that more than likely, because of the way that the society that they exist in now, and the way that they socialize now, and the schools that they go to, and who they're hanging around now, it's not guaranteed that they're gonna marry black. Am I gonna be upset if they bring somebody that's not black home? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I do understand there are brothers who are going to find companionship, and they're going to find their helpmate where they find them, regardless of race. I'm just saying, for me, my personal preference, and for me, and the message that I preach, I'm not defecating on any brother that chooses, to look to another group, but I will have a critique and opinion on it, though.
Sure. Absolutely. You can have.
So
you have a right to have that. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't have kids. If I had kids, I want my grandkids to look like me. And one of those edicts would be, for me, and to the best of my ability, and I keep saying ability, I will put them around black women and can show them they can. Number one, it's gonna start with who I have kids with, because that's the first representative right there. So if you're dealing with, we joke around these everybody hates Chris, mama types, but that's what sets it up right there, mama. Because if mama is like that, and we're not going to say black men don't have no power in who they choose in that regard. There is some control there. You know, that's the first thing. The second thing is showing them, and this is why it's important to show them maybe other cultures of Black women, not to say that that they need to go deal with that, but to let them understand early that everybody that looks a certain type of way ain't like that. Even within even in African American culture, we have the Valley Girl, we have the Savage, we have the Southern Belle, we have different archetypes even within the Black community. And the truth is, even within certain regions, you can find a feminine example of that. And I've tried to do that in this channel, which is why women like April Mason earlier on were shared, which is why women like Kendra is shared, which is why, because it's like, you got to know how to understand the difference. So yeah, I understand that. I would want my grandkids to look like me, and I would put them in a position to do that. And even if it has to do with putting them in certain school, but I said best of my ability, because, you know, we're all in different spots like that. And I'm not, you know, so I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. As far as, but what a lot of dudes would do, Chicago Gorilla, is if they got nothing but daughters, what they'll sit there and do is come to us and try to tell us we need to, dudes, these will be street dudes. Sometimes they'll tell dudes that are squares that we need to come and clean up, you know, some shit, you know, for their daughters. And my thing is, look, if you raise your daughters right and set your daughters up, I've seen it with Black women that have stepfathers. You know, they get married, and I'm not even talking about women that they do the perfect little thing. I know women that they were very attractive. They had a chick, they had a dude that that they liked, but they was waiting a little bit to see if they could do better. And then, but they did like the dude, and they didn't wait too long. And then they got to like 26, 27, and then they said, all right, dude got married. They got married, and then kid 1, kid 2, twins. I see them go to the barbershop, and these are women that are younger that were younger than me that I knew. So it ain't everybody just doing a perfect little submissive thing. They sometimes play with to see what they can get, and then they say, okay, I'm cool. But what it is these women are staying in the game too long, and I'm gonna tell you something else, Chicago Gorilla. A lot of these dudes are submissive. They're submissive husbands, and they just let shit happen for the grand to keep in the peace. And that's another thing too, as to why, because my audience actually skews my age and a little bit older. So I get dudes that are older than me to actually resonate with what I'm saying. And I'm going to tell you why. Because a lot of my mentors were Black, and I've dealt with dudes that, you know, they're widowers, unfortunately. Or one of them is, another one is they're divorced, another one is still married. And even and a lot of my stuff that I got about Black women were from married Black men. So it ain't necessarily these dudes, and these are dudes that can get women, and I've heard it consistently. If it don't work out with this chick, I'm done. And it ain't
So,
even like
there's 3 points I want to make real quick.
Let me get this off my chest.
All right,
man,
Ian, you got like 90 seconds because you be telling
let me get this off my chest. So let me just land this thing. So what I'm saying is, it wasn't just Atlanta; it was the national organization blackballed me, right? So I was so there was 2 Facebook groups. There was the ADOS where Tone
testifying right now.
Tone Talk was in, Yvette was in, and then I was actually moderator of the second largest ADOS group. So everybody knew who I was. So, but what I'm saying is that these women were so pro Black, talking about reparations. They got Tariq, not Tariq. They went at Tariq Nasheed. They went at
I remember the story. Yeah, I remember as the stuff was developing. Yeah, a lot of these people are pro-Black, man. The Democratic Party, they're pro-Black woman. You know, they're not like, we all understand that. I mean, even the women don't deny that shit.
Yeah, so we have to. So that's what I'm saying. We have to make that distinction very clear when we talk about a Black woman is pro-Black. That does not mean she gives a fuck about a Black man's legacy. We
understand that, but here's the thing though, Ian, and I'm gonna let Nameless have it, because Nameless can explain the shit better than I can. The thing about it is, Ian, you gotta understand, you know, you're still talking to one person though. And so when you bring all, imagine if you would have called into the Lapeef show, you would have been your own fucking clip. If you would have called in the Lapeef show and you bring all that shit to it, that shit sound. If I'm talking to you face to face, that shit sounds crazy. It's like because remember, you pulled all of that from her interacting with Amira. And I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Nigga, I'm making this shit content. I know. You know, and by the way, Ian, the reason one of the original Edward Anderson rules was from the BGS for women. So I'm not talking down to you. I'm telling you for somebody to know. If
I don't care.
When I drilled, because when they had to not let BGS had to say I can't come up there, and it had to be like Rom, Kevin, or something like that, or Charles. It had to be some of the older guys, because when these women start talking that bullshit, I'll go a few good men on them, and they're Jessup. And so I did that to protect the integrity of the conversation. They were cool with me, and I was cool with them. But these women come with that bullshit, because when BGS for women, them motherfuckers, we were international. We were talking to women, Vix and all of them, Canada, UK. This is pre-Jessica X, and so they be coming with that international I don't know shit. So I get it, but what I'm saying is you're bringing all this energy to one person, and then the motherfucker to be like, who hurt you? And then you're gonna lose your mind, and you gotta get dropped down because you got a whole. I get it, and that's what I'm trying to communicate to you right now. Imagine if you were talking to Courtney and you let off all this shit. What she's gonna do, she's gonna be like, and you know what? You gonna make her look. So all that shit when she talking about we're red pill rage. I ain't saying she said, but like when people allude to that we're red pill rage, we're ultra triggered. You make them right with that.
Of course.
And you ain't even
just call them white supremacists. Yeah, just call them white supremacists and call it. You don't have to explain all that, bro.
Shout out to Wordsmith. I prefer to say they're pro-black woman. Now Roger want to say they rights. Chicago really realized Roger has gotten criticized in this space because he supposedly they want to act like he be giving these women too much rope. So he's trying to swing the pitch.
I ain't swinging.
I know you're not, Roger.
But the thing is, at the end of the day, you can make a good argument that slave masters were pro-black women too. It's all the same.
So anyway, shout out to Wordsmith with the $8.99 super chat. Let me see. Somebody sent me some Bitcoin that didn't go through because my wallet is fucked up. Shout out to Red M for the $20 cash app. And I know what to go. Yeah, so because that's the thing, man. It's like you talk about, and Ian, another thing you need to get to. You're on my
let me
platform.
say this real quick.
Hold on. You're on my platform, and then it's like I'm having to defend. It makes it look like you're attacking Courtney, and she ain't here, and then I got to be accountable to what you say. You don't even come up on my panels like that because I'm responding. Versus, I want to be accountable to what the fuck I say about somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say somebody ain't shit, I'll hold that because I said it. But then it's like, and that's the thing. You got to understand some of the dynamics of that. But anyway, go ahead, Nameless. You got it. You've been waiting patiently.
So a few things I want to say. I want to start with,
and then we're gonna wrap this. We're gonna wrap this up in 30 minutes. I'm gonna give y'all 30 minutes. Go ahead.
I want to make that designation and highlight this word gynocracy, because honestly, that has been the game changer in being able to articulate a lot of these points, because it's too easy to fall in the intersectional framework of any critique you have of the Eidos tribe gets broken down to you hate black women.
Mm-hmm.
And it fundamentally is intellectually dishonest, and it bypasses the culture aspect of the conversation, which is absolutely critical and ignored because it gets cloaked under the idea and the guise of being American. And there is a critical nuance there. So with regards to what's classified as pro-black post the Panther era, all of that is pro-gynocratic. It's a synonym. They might as well be the same thing. There's 3 observations I wanted to bring to the panel dealing with that topic. The first one, the child and the classification of Eidos. In the Eidos tribe, the only way you are truly acknowledged as having a child that's going to gain that same classification of Eidos is if the female or the woman, the mother, has to be Eidos. It's just this ingrained cultural rule. Now, I can understand intellectually, we understand black is black, right? We get that, right? But generally speaking, across the board, they will not be given the social and the cultural right of way if you are in any circumstance dealing with a woman who is not classified as Eidos. And that becomes a problem, leading to point number 2. If you are an individual in America, in the Ados tribe, and you want a wife, not just getting married, you want a wife, that is a role that has to be taught. You have to be raised, and it needs to have a cultural context that grounds that. 9 times out of 10, and this is a product of the modern world right now, generally in the West, women are not being raised to be wives, especially in the Ados tribe, where that position of wife is made synonymous with servitude and slavery. That's a problem, because what you get left over with is individuals that are in these relationships that are nothing more than partnerships. And even though we've been socially calibrated to actually work with that, there are a lot of men in the Ados tribe that simply want a wife. They've been raised to be a husband. They're not looking for a partner. They're looking for a wife. And that leads us to the third issue, male scarcity. That seems to be the only answer to even out the issue of what's going on with SYSBM. And I don't mean folks that are going overseas just for sex tourism. I'm talking about individuals that are going over to places that aren't necessarily in the West so that they can get with other women that would fit the classification of Black, but have been raised culturally to be a wife. Therefore, they know the role. The problem is those children, again, are not classified as ADOS because of the first point I made. Only Black women in the ADOS tribe get to bestow the classification of ADOS as it's understood culturally. And it's a problem. It's a problem because it leads to a lot of the complications we see going out and the dating
Nameless, I
drama
don't mean
we
to
have.
fuck up your flow, but I just want to add that's why Black women gravitated to ADOS so quickly. Go ahead.
Exactly, because they can still maintain the right of way that they maintained on the plantation. Why?
Exactly.
Because it's that authority dynamic. And in the ADOS tribe, the gynocracy represents that authority context. So anytime a Black man is operating within the realm of responsibility, it's a problem. And I'll explain that. Black men in the ADOS tribe are only allotted liability, not responsibility, because responsibility is an active act of initiative that has to be animated by authority. And since by de facto, authority is not given to Black men, it's not allotted to you. It's like you're responsible for a server, but you're not given the passwords to actually maintain that server and maintain the security, but you're held liable for any security breaches. You have to basically hack into your own data frame every time you want to get access to it. We're the only group of men that have to do that. Everybody else is at least giving the authority to perform their responsibility because that's a role. In our demographic, we are given the liability of it. We're held liable for it, but there is no cultural conditioning and no cultural preparation for you to actually perform the role that you're being held liable for. As a result, liability is masquerading as responsibility. And the ultimate, quote, authority you're supposed to be given is the snapshot portfolio of white society under the guise of, quote, you're a man, you're supposed to do insert whatever adjective or verb you want. And that just simply isn't the case because these are things that have to be provided for by the culture. And unfortunately, in the ADOS tribe, our cultural seed is calibrated to plant and produce one thing, and that's servants. Unfortunately. And the only opportunity we've had to try to crossbreed out of that was when we immediately came out of slavery and stepped right into that Union Army. And the only reason why we had a patriarchal matrix to operate through is because women were simply not allowed in the military, period. And if you look at that time period during Reconstruction, it's probably the least covered point in our history, period. At least on an official level, least covered. But that's where we get all of our forward progress. It's where most of our institutions were not only rooted, it's what we actually draw a genetic memory from.
Yeah, Nameless is one of our unknown sniper rifles. Nameless is when y'all need when BGS is not around and I don't feel like talking about it, or I need somebody that can be like a book. He's the person I slap motherfuckers with, because most of these motherfuckers, they don't know what to do because it just sounds too good and it's too put together. But that's absolutely, that's absolutely, I mean, everything you said was 100% on point. I mean, and the thing, and this is why when women, what I'll add to it really quick, is this is why when women play the game, I don't know, a lot of it is willful ignorance. Now, some of them are honest, but a lot of it is willful ignorance. And the biggest thing that I would say is, let's go with a lot of these women don't know. Let's say they don't know. Every woman that says they don't know, let's say they're telling the truth. So whose responsibility is to pass down culture in any community typically?
Women, hands down.
So my question is, why don't women get? Let's talk about femininity. Black women talk about how they don't have feminine, and let's take it out. Fuck black men. Let's talk about femininity in regards to them getting any man. Even the women that talk about they want to divest from black men, their lack of ability and their willingness to do so is out of fear because they don't think they have the femininity to really hold up against other groups. That's why more of them don't really do it, or they talk about it but don't do it. Here's the reality. Why is it that I don't see black women saying that black women failed me? Why? It's all that I didn't talk. Well, whose responsibility was to teach you? It wasn't the school's responsibility to teach you how to be a woman. That's not their response. So I don't hear that. The only time you heard that was Ayanna Van Zyl, and she got kicked. She got basically pushed out of TV. And guess what? She said she was getting death threats. She was getting black, and she said it was mainly coming from black women being angry about how she approached it. Now remember, Ayanna Van Zyl was one of the main vanguards to really publicly go after Shahrazad Ali back in the day. Mm-hmm. So this is not a woman that wasn't a part of that club. So at least you would understand that she would at least have a light touch that she could have, but the conversation needs to be had. So at the end of the day, when I hear women say they don't know, I don't hear my mom didn't teach me. I heard or I hear these excuses. Like even like when people want to give a history lesson and they want to talk about how, well, we had to and make no mistake, this is not about the Lapeef Network. I have years. I showed that clip, China Fox, that chick that ended up being on a grapevine, and I don't even talk about the grapevine at all. That is Satan in me. And they no. You'll hear me talk about Cynthia G before I talk about the grapevine. That's just to let you know how I feel about them. My point is, we have a whole list of women, Ashley W, that's come and gone and all that. So the stuff that we hear them say is not about them personally. It's really more what the stuff that's coming out of their mouth that they've heard of before is why dudes get so animated. Because they're like, oh my God, here we go again. And then they don't understand this is a new show. They're trying to do something. Y'all in the comment section in the chat going hard. And it's like, what the fuck is these niggas' problem?
Ed, I want to link a I want to put a link. I want to put a link to a
Nigga,
video.
you sipping because you don't understand, nigga. Do you understand? We going from DEFCON 4 straight to DEFCON 1 because we've seen this story before. And it's like, they don't understand it. It's like, nigga, we got to go to 3. No, we don't. They about to fire the nukes, motherfucker. You don't understand. Anyway.
I mean, but that's that.
And I get why they do that, because they've seen the nukes fly. Right. But the point is, the only thing that I always tell people to have faith in is the environment. It dominates everything. But see, this is where we got the new shit about hoes are winning. So
here's the thing. Even with environment, one thing first, I'm putting a link in the chat to a video that I use, kind of consolidating a lot of that. So anybody that wants to take a look at what I was just saying, to get a good chain of events that led up to how we got here now. I just dropped that link to that video I did. Oh, yeah. But I don't think we talk enough about environment.
We don't even agree on the history, to be honest with you, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, people, for example, don't understand that intersectionalism has literally been woven into Edo's culture. By de facto. That's kind of what I'm covering with it. That's what I mean. So like, there's no arguing about, empirical evidence is right in front of people's face. It's just that we're not aware of this 9 times out of 10. Ain't got nothing
on Black Girl Magic, man.
Right. So, but no, it's important to make the point about environment, because you've got civilization and you've got culture, and environment serves as a superposition between the two. And because most people are completely unaware, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like, environment can affect you in a natural sense. It can affect you in a physical sense. So like, infrastructure and whatnot, and then in a social sense. And I think social environment is the big issue here, because it's what's allowing for a lot of the issues with the gynocracy to utilize technology in the form of advanced civilization, i.e. social media and the internet, to recreate social conditions that normally would have been isolated to very small areas, but to essentially go global.
Yeah.
And it completely warps and distorts a person's perspective of reality. And it allows for all of those negative, or I won't call them negative.
Who's on social media more than any other group?
Well, it's those latent behavioral potentialities that are always there, but because they're being expressed and overemphasized in certain ways, you get all of these disorders in the environment as a result of that. For example, we know that people have a measure of insulin resistance for your protection, but you can't find high fructose corn syrup growing on a tree somewhere. So we never evolved to actually deal with something that concentrated. So what happens? We have a natural system in place that's supposed to protect us. And because we're introducing something artificial into our body environment that normally isn't supposed to be there, we get an adverse reaction to it. Congratulations, you have diabetes. On a social level, this is precisely what's happening to the culture. And that's playing in effect. We see the result of that in the environment, which is why I call the environment a superposition of civilization and culture.
Yeah, whole phases, all this crazy shit. And that's another thing too, man. When you're engaging with sisters, the way Black women ask questions gives this is a reason why advertising like always frames things in the form of a question, because Black women do a lot of communicating in questions. What the questions they ask, the context of the question they ask, when they're asking it in relevance to the conversation that they're having. And once you understand the look for that, it really tells a lot of the story. And usually that's the one place where they're not really, because they don't expect people to kind of be aware of that, because let's be face it, 90% of dudes are not, and then that's 90% of these conversations they're even being had, which they're not, because these conversations are not really being had like that. Like, I mean, Kevin Samuels has been like the close that it's gotten to where people are going to talk about it that may not be on YouTube. And that's where Chicago Gorilla, when you and she came on saying a lot of this stuff happens, you were saying that, there's the YouTube world and this. Remember, our stuff is just a mastermind of what we deal with. And honestly, the Black manosphere actually skews older. More than younger. I mean, it's a lot of Xers and early millennials, because O'Shea is still a millennial. Angerman is, I think, like a late Xer. And then you got people like BGS, you got Ron Wills. So it's not necessarily just a lot of people that even SWP. So, it's a lot of stuff. And then there's bullshit, just like there's bullshit everywhere. Black Mansper ain't just a women thing. It's the dating code. It's a lot of different shit. But the main thing I want to really harness is, for a lot of y'all need to understand, is number one, there is the Black male niche, which, as far as this content, and there's a Black manosphere, and we can go hard as far as conversations and shit. But at the end of the day, this stuff where people are like, oh, well, if a chick shows up, because a lot of that, by the way, comes from the Brittany Renner situation. When Kevin Samuels interviewed Brittany Renner, now all of a sudden it's like we're giving women platforms and shit, and it's like, it's kind of like, what do you really what do you expect us to do? Just not talk to motherfuckers? I don't understand that. And I get it, but I have my limits. So shout out to Kareem for the $10 super chat. And yeah, so anyway, let's, anybody want to start getting their final thoughts? Cause I know y'all got bad shit to do with me on this motherfucker. So
yeah, let me hit it. Let me hit it after that. So I think in addition to all that, what we have to be aware of when we're talking about the woke pro-Blackness, we also have to be aware of the Pan-African.
Yeah, Ian gonna start writing a book series. So how these hoes fuck me.
Listen, the Pan-African, the Pan-African. Listen, you right.
These niggas want me to crop out name. Yeah, I'll crop out Nameless's analysis. They're like, man, please.
So listen, cool with it, the Pan-African is too. What I found being in ADOS, what happened was that the Black men who are Pan-Africanists, they hated ADOS, right? Because ADOS was leading to the information that ADOS was putting forward was that the black man was quintessential and important in the story of slavery. So but the Pan-Africanists, the man and the male and the female, they're like, no, we want to go back to Africa and forget about any of this shit ever happened. But what they're really not telling you is that we want to go back to Africa and we want to have these female-led tribes and shit.
To be fair, no, I get that you were in it, but and somebody viewed it. It's a lot of moving parts there because I'm more of a fan of Dr. Claude Anderson, which is why that's where the Boyce Watkins things comes in. That's where the Jason Black things comes in from the economic standpoint. And then, but then you got to understand Yvette Carnell and them operate more on the they prioritize the politics, and they think without a political solution, like the economics can't work. I believe the economics can actually push more towards a political solution, which reinforces the economic part. But then you got what you talking about, where you got a lot of non-ADOS folks where they come in the black community because they see our community as a cesspool to do shit or an environment to do shit they would have never had the ability to do in their own environment, whether it's Caribbean or whether it's African. And so you got a lot of infiltrators. These hoes talking about telling black women, why are you staying behind? And I'm like, why don't you ask them? Because they choosing to stay. But insinuating staying behind is by dealing with us because they lust for non-black people. Understand something. Some of these non-ADOS black bitches ain't shit either. And trust me, I give black women a lot. Make no mistake. I give black women more rope than any of these other chicks. White, black, white, or white, Hispanic, or non-ADOS. Y'all have seen it. You saw what I did.
Is going
You saw what I did
overseas.
with that chick in my Discord. Because the thing is, and of course it is, because class is a lot more solidified here amongst race versus it's a lot more ambiguous. So there's a lot of moving parts to like that ADOS thing. I know BGS talks about that. He's very disappointed of how that ended up because even with the Tariq thing, it's a lot of moving parts with that. And again, my thing is to basically enlighten people on what happened to the best of my ability. Anyway, finish your thing.
So yeah, I mean that's the point. So I just wanted the people to be aware is that there is no escape. There is no escape from black feminists. They are worldwide now, and there's no Pan-Africanists. There is no ADOS. There's
a horror story.
Fam, you know what happened in Uganda? No. You know what happened in Uganda?
What?
They own okay. So you remember how? And here's the common denominator.
Motherhood is 85%.
I'm not even going there. They were able to basically armbar the UN to pretty much give women essentially de facto right of way to not only their own banking system, but to most of the infrastructure out there. You've got to go through the gynocracy out in that era to pretty much get almost anything done.
Shit, we need to ask O'Shea about that because
he needs to be talking about that because he sees it.
He knows it.
I'm trying to tell you, they've got whole institutes out there that essentially, in order for you to gain access to those resources, you can't have a Y chromosome. And they're able to get it done off the strength of the unfortunate events that took place in the 90s. So, that was how they were able to take initiative through the form of intersectionalism and use that to garner money from the UN. And they pretty much funnel money internationally to get all of that stuff done.
Yeah.
And the only thing that's keeping them afloat to a degree is just how traditional they've been historically. But I'm telling you right now, outside of Kenya, they're about to become probably one of the biggest feminist capital states out there on the continent that nobody's talking about.
Yep. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about these African feminists. And they're the biggest a lot of times. Quite as
Oh no, they are. That's why I don't like the grapevine. Because anyway, don't even get me started on that. Y'all, for all y'all, I'm gonna tell you, and I'm not bringing up nobody, but y'all be thinking like Kay and what they be doing on the Lepee Network, like man, motherfucker, y'all don't. There's shit I don't say that I just don't feel like dealing with because I would be pulling out my Tylenol.
if black men could just get comfortable with the ideal of these women working till they die, a few of them dying at the factories, a few of them having a heart attack or a stroke at Walmart as a greeter, a few of them falling over from the register, and next thing you know, the ambulance is carting the body out. We gonna have to get comfortable with these ideas, and I think some of that is because we're just not comfortable with the ideal of these women really gonna start having to do things that men had to do all this time. And to me, it's their own fault. Women have achieved the ability to work. Ain't nobody saying nothing about it. You can be the head of a family. You can go have you a house husband. You can be worried about the bills and do all this stuff that men been doing for the longest. But no, that's not what they want to do. They just want to earn a little bit more money so they can say, well, I need a guy who makes more money than even what I have now, and I'm still gonna keep my money. He still got to take care of everything. So what are they in the game for? At the end of the day, it's all about selfishness at the end. And my thing is, men need to just step away. If the women gonna be selfish, let them be selfish and let them deal with the fact that a lot of them truly are gonna end up working to the day they die. Generation X is gonna be a hilarious generation to generation behind us. It's gonna be so many women in our generation that croak over at work. It's gonna be unbelievable to people when it start happening like that.
Well,
It
what did
really
Kevin
is.
say? What did Kevin say? Kevin said you will be found.
Well,
I was like, that shit's so fucked up,
that's
man.
only if they die off the clock. These women are gonna die on the clock,
That's
and
just
that's
a,
when it's gonna turn into an issue because they're gonna start dying on the clock. You're not gonna be able to hide all this
why
with
y'all
people
why
dying at
y'all
home.
turning my channel into a hate channel? Like it's like we gonna end this shit in the supernova, ain't we?
Well, I mean, that ain't about hate. That's just about
Uh,
a reality. Men have done this for the longest, and
Yeah,
when
you will
women
be
won't,
found.
won't make these certain
Roger
choices.
trying to get his red pill bona fides back. He said
I'm not,
niggas
brother.
was saying it's the
God.
wrong report where they let bitches run.
Hey, I didn't tell them to do this stuff. Don't I ain't tell them to do it. They chose this, But that's what comes with
Man,
that choice.
Oh, that's hilarious.
anyway.
That's
So
what comes with
so we got Ian, we got Roger. They gonna clip me. I mean, they could shit. I don't give a fuck. I mean, they clip me. Nigga, hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Before Chicago really, you got any final words?
Yeah, let me get off mute real quick. Nah, bro. Only thing I wanted to say, real spill, man, is you're doing amazing work in this space, fam. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to even pull up and conversate. I am learning a lot in these spaces. So, you don't know what you don't know, and I'm a man of a particular age, so I just, I'm listening, man. I'm learning, and
I
it's
mean, I will say this though. I mean, as somebody that kind of springboard my what I said off of BGS's thing, as far as people heard me and I decided to listen, do my own, not do my own thing, but just do a channel. I do think you should do a channel earlier than not. I mean, you can. I mean, it just depends on if you got the time for it because it ain't nothing to really like understand something. Yes, because the thing is, the manosphere does not have the black manosphere does not have one. The black manosphere spun off a fucking It really didn't spin off the white manosphere. We realized there are certain issues we had in white boys couldn't address. Point blank, period.
That's
And
dope.
then white boys at first got mad at us for it, and there was some dudes that stayed, Darius McTowell and some others, and we were cool with them staying. But we realized that our audiences needed to be a black male audience because and that was what that was. It is what it is, and so we did what we did, but the manosphere has a lot of different opinions. There is no one opinion. And even
Yeah.
if there's channel, and there's plenty of channels like Jada Black, there's plenty of channels that's not
It's,
in the
it's like
manosphere.
it's like
Yeah.
cable. It's like cable networks now. No,
Yeah.
I ain't tripping on that, man. It's just when I do something, my thing is when I do something, I know there are people asking for a channel and when I'm gonna do this and when I'm gonna do that. Number one, it's gonna be done in excellence. Number two, it's gonna be done how I want it to be done, in excellence, because I'm serving these young bloods. You know what I'm saying? So I got to make sure it's on point for them. And then number two, I got to make sure I set it up where it's not. I got to be like no limit or cash money. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure the royalties and the paperwork and contracts and all that other stuff is right. So
yeah.
That's all.
Don't be like me and just be a nigga talking shit out of the phone, you know. But I'm about to transition my channel, do a maker for my channel. But without telling you about when they were saying something about the clip me, we gonna end this off with one of the things that our stream team means folks decided to do with me, just to let you know what these niggas be thinking of me. Let's go. Yes, fuck out. When I say sparked out, I mean get it clear. Go with the white man. I think that was the most. No, go ahead. So dude just talking. Is it really trying to destroy those seven? The only reason they tell me it's which is goofy. See, look, I'm gonna say this. I'm just gonna fucking say. And I am laughing at that. But there's women that they will gang you up and they will tell you that, yeah, you know they lying. So this bullshit about they don't know, that's a lie. So, but just go with the white man. Why don't you say when it comes to credit terms? Fuck you niggas. Now I will say this, and I'll let T handle it.
6 months later.
Black church used to be the main aggregator for black money. It used to be where black people could go, like the pastor, the rich black folks that didn't live in the black community of the hood. And we fucking stop buying their bullshit until they go. Yeah, shout out to them.
And they be killing me.
Yeah, that's from a channel called String Team. Check that out. They got some stuff with some other stuff. It's funny shit. But you got motherfuckers, they literally make memes off of what we do. Anyway, so anybody else got anything to say before we? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I might make that a background, like Ian. Like I get it. I'm gonna let you go. But Ian, and I'm not even trying to, because I get it now that you went through some shit. Because I would have been mad. Like I'm glad you saying it here, because you liable to maybe spit in a bitch's food or some shit. I don't know. Like somebody.
I'm mad they had 6 images of Ed on the damn panel.
That ain't even the only one. They got another one. One day I need to do a thing where we go through every last one of their videos, and we need to because they got some good ones. They got one with Ramil. They got one with Anchorman. But yeah, man.
That's how you know you made it, man. That's how you know you made it.
No, I made it when I start growing this damn channel. But yeah, man, I'm gonna end it with this. I am very excited about where the space is going. We wanted from somebody where our channel, like, luckily, this is why I did a lot of misspelling my stuff, because I didn't want nobody to fuck with my channel. I didn't monetize my channel for the longest time because I didn't want to deal with the network of YouTube, and I want to be able to freely talk. So the thing is, it's a situation now post Kevin. That's really where the separation is. Like pre-Kevin saying was average at best, post average at best. You talk about a Brittany Renner interview, Blue Jasmine interview. You talk about people, other people coming up, because that's what's important. Can it be duplicated? Poor Man's Podcast, which came up relatively like a year ago. Mediocre was kind of in this space. He's kind of more on the solo side of the solo TV84 thing. And I remember him blew up. He is still blowing up. Hopefully he gets better. I know he's going through a battle with cancer. And you got newer creators, like people like Pocket Watching with JT, the lead attorney, which you all have had on the Lapeef network. You got Kendra blowing up. You got a lot of women coming into the niche. Y'all definitely have more people y'all can bring in special guests. And then obviously y'all, whatever y'all do, whether it's Courtney or whatever, and everybody is always learning. Even like in the Black manosphere, a lot of people are learning that they need to adjust, they need to step their game up. Because a year ago we talked to people, we had a whole beef talking about mics and cameras. And niggas like, man, fuck that shit. It's about being a real ass nigga. Y'all see how fucking alpha male strategy came in? And then you got, this is why people kind of felt some type of way about the camo shit. Because they like, these niggas are coming in and then they're building their stuff up. But at the end of the day, everybody knows if you're going to show your face, people are going to be more personable with that. I understood that. So, it's good to see a diversification of it. Because like BJ Edmore said, the most important thing is for black men to be heard. Black women, and I'm not, if people want to talk to black women, fine. I'm not here to say that not happen, but we all can agree that black women have a whole bunch of other shit other than YouTube where they can be heard. Like they have that already, and as black men, we need to step our stuff up and build that up for ourselves. And yeah, black women are going to be included in that conversation. We look like a motherfucking fool talking about black women and then never talking to them if they decide to come up. Because the truth is, the issue before was a lot of black women didn't want to talk to us because they might get somebody like Nameless that's gonna basically read them the real history and ain't gonna know how to respond. So what they did was they would build up their own channels and then not have a conversation. So even to the extent that your show is showing that it's popular for people to talk to each other, that's establishing a good thing. Because the more they got to talk to men, the less obvious it's going to be when motherfuckers are bullshitting. You know, it's harder to detect that when they just talking to each other. So,
and
I'm
ultimately,
excited.
what you've got to do is, well, there's two things. One thing I really wanted to say, and it's generally, I guess maybe it's a broad statement about the quote space, end quote. People are coming here animated by completely different experiences at completely different stages of their understanding and offering a completely different perspective of how they got there. And what makes the space, and what's interesting is one primary thing. We're here and we can talk about what we've been through. And there is no other location I can think of outside of what you've borrowed from, Ed, which is the barbershop, where we've been able to sit down and unmitigatedly express our experiences and just talk. The opportunity to sit down and just think. And then not just think in aggregate amongst multiple generations from different geographical locations all throughout America, period. We don't have any place to do that outside of gynocratic supervision. And that is why I could care less about what people are talking about. I could care if they're talking about whatever they want. Treat it like a chakra system. If you're on a certain level, that's what you're going to resonate with. If you're on base level root chakra stuff, just coming in fresh off the red pill, cool, do that. There's a space for that. If you are on some crown chakra, I want to talk about how I'm going to advance my own personal experience and ascend to another perspective, explore different options. There's a space for that. If you want to do a mix of both of that and talk about hardcore on the ground getting money, ways you can develop a hustle, ways you can aggregate network, there's also a space for that. But what makes it unique is we're able to present this information from our perspective, which is unique and it's not common to many other people outside of our own shared experience. That's what makes the Black Manosphere the Black Manosphere. So I don't like the idea of people trying to police what content people should be making. I think if a person is producing something that you're not resonating with, it's time for you to look for other content. And if you're not finding it anywhere, then that may be an indicator that you need to be the one creating it, or maybe it's time for you to expand, because there's just too much out here to be stuck on just one thing. And people are coming in here new every single day, and that's not going to change, especially now that it's gone mainstream. So people just need to be ready for that.
Yeah,
and my last word, listen, do beware of Pan-Africanists that say global racism will be defeated with the defeat of white patriarchy. Beware.
We learned that about intersectionalism. We have, trust me.
Yeah. So anyway, Darius, with the $10, right? The grapevine is horrible. Nothing worse than 9 ADOS African women criticizing black men, which the ADOS men, they would never dream to criticize their actual counterparts, African men. Yeah. So anyway, with that being said, I appreciate you coming up, Chicago Gorilla. Absolutely. The chat definitely appreciated it. Obviously, as always, nameless Ian on Roger Report. Roger, y'all know who the Roger Report is. Y'all need to start going over there, and that includes me. And then I've been allured by Bernard showing his face with his background in studio.
It is nicer now.
And he's also out of Michigan, so maybe him and Anton may slide through, once he get his numbers up. But anyway, it's been great. And so with that being said, this is Edward signing off. Peace.
Peace, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, peace.